Good afternoon, Commissioners. Before I even get into our spill, there's someone I want to thank for chairing our last commission, Ms. Nicole Battle. Round of applause for her. Thank you for your leadership, and I want to thank you all for your participation last month as well. Happy to be here with you. Number two, Eric did an amazing job of sharing with us. We lost someone very special by the name of Richard Wagner. He was an architect. And what I want to do right now is just take a moment of silence and to memorialize him for a second, and then we will get right into our hearing. So a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Good afternoon, and welcome to the Commission for Historical Architectural Preservation. I call this meeting to order on June 13th, 2023 at 1:04 p.m. Thank you, Eddie. My name is Harry Spikes. I'm the chairman of the board of the commission. I'd like to allow everyone to my left to introduce themselves. Also, people who are here who are staff, please introduce yourself as well. Thank you.
Eric Holcomb, Executive Director.
Kyle Lynn, Commissioner.
Garrett Power, Commissioner.
Nicole Battle, Commissioner. Tamara Woods, VACD Rep, Commissioner.
Peter Morrill, Commissioner.
Ann Powell, Commissioner.
Myra Mendeleev, Commissioner.
Sarah Langmead, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, John Bullock, City Council Representative to the Commission.
Stacy Montgomery, CHAP staff.
Lauren Chiswick, CHAP staff.
Thank you. And once again, welcome. The CHAP mission is to enhance and promote the culture and economy of Baltimore through the preservation of buildings, structures, sites, and neighborhoods that have aesthetic, historic, and architectural value. The goals of CHAP include preserving historic architecture and monuments, reclaiming broken neighborhoods, preventing demolition by neglect, and integrating our city's past into its future. I have a few housekeeping rules, and I promise these are very easy. Outside, we have an agenda, and we also have a list where you are able to write your name down, and if you want to testify, or if you just want to say you're present and you don't want to testify. We usually give people 3 minutes to speak. I will throw my gavel up at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That is the warning. I will not knock it down until it hits 3. If you wish to speak, please sign in. The sheets look exactly like this. And after that, we will recognize you. You are able to come to the podium. Some people's voices project more than others. Feel free to do what I just did, put it up close. And to anyone else that's speaking, do the same thing. And then after that, you sit back down and we'll recognize anyone else who come and speak. Now, I would like to take 1 second and ask, would I like to make a waive to read the meeting minutes? Do we have a waiver of that?
So moved.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Are there any corrections or additions to the minutes that need to be made?
No.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to adapt the minutes.
I make them, I do.
Oh, do I have a second? Do I have all in favor?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Due process and review procedures. CHAP reviews applications in conjunction with the building permit process of the permit section of the Department of Housing and Community Development. If a building permit application is filed prior to historic design review, the application is placed on hold. Pending completion of the CHAP review process, the review process is completed by issuing an authorization to proceed. The historic design review process is in addition to our applicable laws and regulations and does not diminish the force or urban renewal plans, building codes, zoning codes, etc. It is the applicant's responsibility to comply with all applicable laws, regulations, and codes. Proposed projects are reviewed prior to issuing a building permit. Applicants must comply with the Baltimore City Historic Preservation Design Guidelines in planning and executing their projects. Design review considers the proposed work taking into consideration the historical and architectural character of the structure and the immediate area. Applicants will need to clearly explain how their project complies with the design guidelines. Minor projects. In order to expedite the application process, the Commission has delegated review authority to the Executive Director for cases involving minor work. Minor projects must significantly change the overall appearance or remove the significant undamaged historic fabric. All minor projects must clearly meet the design guidelines. Major projects. Major projects may change the overall character, appearance, and integrity of the structure. Substantial building alterations, demolitions, additions, and new construction are considered major projects and are reviewed at a public hearing. Interested parties should request a pre-development meeting in the planning department to begin the review process. An electronic version of all materials must be submitted to the CHAP staff at least 25 calendar days prior to the public hearing date. If the application is complete, the project shall be scheduled for a public hearing. CHAP hearings. At the public hearing, CHAP staff presents recommendations to the Commission regarding the project. Following staff presentation, the applicant may have a presentation to the Commission. Interested parties, including neighborhood associations, have the opportunity to provide public testimony. Following testimony, the Commission renders a decision on the application at the public hearing. Persons aggrieved by the decision of the Commission may seek judicial and appellate review in accordance with the Baltimore City Code. After an authorization to proceed is issued, the applicant may obtain a building permit. The Commission's process is impartial, and staff comments are evidence that assist the Commission in rendering the decision. I would like to ask for a motion to approve the final agenda. So moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Let us begin. We have our consent agenda. Have all members read the consent agenda? Cool. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. The ayes have it. Regular agenda. First on our list, City Council Bill 23-0386, landmark list, home of the Friendless, 1313 Druid Hill Avenue. The request, designate as a Baltimore City landmark. Applicant, Council Member Eric Costello. Owner, Mayor and City Council. Staff, Lauren.
Thank you, Chairman. This parcel is located in the 1300 block of Druid Hill Avenue in the Marble Hill neighborhood, and it's located towards the middle of the block. West Landvale is the nearest cross street. It's immediately adjacent to the Henry Highland Garnett Park. And the park actually is located on the site of the original Home of Friendless Vagrant Girls and the associated hospital, which sort of were part and parcel with this building, the Home of the Friendless. As you can see, the blue outlined here is the boundaries of the Upton's Marble Hill Local Historic District, and then the buildings marked with green are local Baltimore City landmarks. This is an aerial view of the property in December 2022. And you can see this is a view from the south showing the existing conditions. It is currently being stabilized by DHCD. And the on-the-ground photos are a little more updated. You can see this is the property in 2002 from the National Register nomination form. And this is it today with that temporary roof. It's a freestanding brick structure, 3 bays wide, 3 bays deep, and was historically 5 stories tall with a mansard roof. With the mansard roof currently removed, it's only 4 stories tall. What you can't see from this angle is there is essentially a 6-story elevator tower that is still existing. It was designed as a Second Empire style structure and was constructed in 1870. And you can see that even though it is missing its roof, a significant number of the detailing is still excellent because it was built within the brick, extensive coining, decorative, arched hoods over the windows. This is a view, another view. But you can see that that coining, turns the corner, and it's still, while it is missing its roof, it still maintains its character. Again, it's missing almost all of its windows, but there are a few survivors that are still extant. This is a view from the rear. There had historically been stairs and a porch on the rear. This was removed, again, for stabilization and safety, but, portions of the stairs and columns, just like portions of the details of the roof, were retained in that deconstruction so that they could be replicated in the future. Sorry, get to my history. As I said before, the Home of the Friendless was built in 1870, and in this image, it's located on the right, and on the left is the other building that is no longer extant, which was originally built for the Home of the Friendless Vagrant Girls, which was the first building constructed of the pair. But the Home of the Friendless that survives today was built for boys, for orphans, and it was built in 1870, and it played an important role in social services in West Baltimore through the 19th and 20th centuries. It was built as a residential institution for orphaned and abandoned white boys, and was a corollary to its adjacent Home of the Friendless Vagrant Girls, which also only served white children. As you can see, it was part of this three-building complex that between the three of them housed between 100 and 200 children per year. And they served as an orphanage until 1931, when the institution moved to the suburbs in northern Baltimore City. From the late 1930s to the early 1960s, the health department ran the Druid Hill Health Center in this building, which was the first public health center for Black citizens in the city. And the Home of the Friendless is the sole surviving structure from this original complex of three buildings. And while the mansard roof and rear porch are currently missing, the building is stabilized and still conveys its architectural value and significance. The city-owned property, it was purchased in 1938 by the city, and it has been vacant since 1992. In 2017, DHCD sold the property to a nonprofit to develop the parcel. The property was foreclosed on, and the building was purchased back by Mayor and City Council in 2018. The DHCD, immediately went back into starting a new request for proposals process for a new purchaser. But during that process in 2021, the cornice fell from the roof onto Druid Hill Avenue during a storm. And at that time, Housing Commissioner seized the RFP until the building could be stabilized. It was just not in a condition to really be sold, to find a viable buyer. So in 2022, DHCD began undertaking a $2.3 million stabilization of the building, which was sourced from federal, state, and local funds. And the stabilization is slated to be completed between late summer and late fall 2023. In February of this year, the Development Division of DHCD requested that Councilmember Costello introduce a landmark designation bill. And the goal is to designate the property as a Baltimore City landmark before selling it, so that it is protected, before a future buyer becomes the owner. The city is spending a tremendous amount of money investing in this property to ensure that it continues to remain a landmark in that neighborhood. On May 15th, Councilman Costello introduced that legislation, and following the stabilization of the property, it will again be listed for sale through the request for proposals process, at which staff from the planning department and CHAP sit on those review committees. The purpose is to find a developer who's the capacity, both financially but also just in terms of experience, to be able to see that project through. So the proposal is to designate the property as a Baltimore City landmark, and as part of that process, properties can meet one or more of the four potential designation criteria. And staff has determined that the designation of this property meets criteria 1 and 3. of the landmark designation criteria as summarized earlier in this presentation. The property is not located within a CHAP district, but the commission did receive a letter of support for the designation submitted by the Marble Hill Improvement Association. This property is within their boundaries, and they are very interested in seeing it stabilized and preserved in perpetuity. So staff has determined that this property meets 2 of the 4 landmark designation criteria and recommends a finding of approval for the designation of this property as a landmark. Thank you, commissioners. Any questions?
Lauren, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. On our list, we have just one person who would like to testify, Marion Blackwell. Okay.
Mr. Chair, can I add my name to that list?
You've got to sign in.
I got here late.
Won't you come up and sign?
Good evening. My name is Marion Blackwell, and I'm Chair of the Architect Review for Historic Marble Hill. We are very pleased and elated to the fact that this building is being renovated. I can remember when it was a health department, when it was a housing department, where I got my first 312 loan to do renovation of my home in historic Marble Hill. I'm hoping that the second process is, once the building is stabilized, that we do find a developer or someone who will do well by the building. Because in a lot of instances, we've had people come in, they say they're going to do one thing, and the history of the neighborhood is often forgotten. So this has been a 40-year battle, 46-year battle for the Historic Marble Hill Community Association to be able to get these vacant and abandoned buildings restored. And I think it is well deserving of the National Register's nomination.
Thank you so much. Kate?
Chair Spikes.
Good to see you.
Commission members. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. I'm Kate Edwards. I am here today as the Deputy Commissioner for Development with the Baltimore City Department of Housing and Community Development. DHCD stands in support of the landmark designation for 1313 Druid Hill Avenue. This building has a rich history in the Marble Hill community, both architecturally and socially, as was outlined by staff. So I'm not going to go back over that, but I just want to say, so over the years, the exterior has not been significantly altered, and our support today for the landmark designation speaks to the need to protect this architectural gem for future development opportunities. In recent years, there was concern in the community that this building would be lost due to neglect because it has sat vacant and deteriorating for some time now. DHCD stepped in and has invested over $2 million to stabilize the property, including rehabilitation of the mansard roof. 1313 Druid Hill is an example of the unique built environment in Baltimore City. This is an example of where we have the opportunity to protect the asset, and we see local historic designation as a tool to help revitalize the property and to preserve and bolster the historic district of Marble Hill. The property is adjacent to the newly renovated Marble Hill Park. It is also walking distance of many Baltimore's landmarks, including the Maryland State Center Complex, Maryland Institute College of Art, University of Baltimore, and more. The Marble Hill neighborhood, located in historic Old West Baltimore neighborhood of Upton, is an emerging neighborhood that has seen an increase in development and home ownership in recent years. City, state, and community stakeholders are partnering on development projects in the 800 blocks of Edmondson and Harlem Avenue. Planned development is set for the 1300 block of Division, 500 block of McMicken, 800 block of West Lanville Street, and the 1100 and 1200 blocks of Argyle Avenue. Additionally, there's a large-scale development occurring at 1315 Division Street, the former PS 103 school.
Kate, please excuse me. Forgive me 1 second. If you're having conversation in the back, we ask that you take it outside. Thank you.
And at 811 West Lanville Street, which is the Upton Mansion. So we believe that the right development opportunity for 1313 Druid Hill will complement the neighborhood's rich history and all of this other development that's going on, And we feel that this will casting the protection of local landmark designation only helps assure that the right outcome is in the property's future.
Thank you so much, Kate. Good to
Thank
see you.
Good to see you guys.
Mr. John Hopkins?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Johns Hopkins, Baltimore Heritage. I just wanted to speak up and say thank you to the Department of Housing for working on this building, and to add that we at Baltimore Heritage have been doing civil rights history and heritage tours, walking past this building every day or many days for the past several years, and it is exciting the direction we're heading. Lily Carroll Jackson, her house was vacant for years. It's now a museum. Juanita Jackson Mitchell and her husband Clarence Mitchell, civil rights icons. Their law office is vacant, but now awarded over $1 million for restoration. PS 103, Thurgood Marshall's home, of course, now under restoration. Union Baptist Church, Bethel AME Church, all either in process of becoming renovated or actively renovating. With this building online, it was the one signature blotch in this fabulously rich civil rights area. We are now well on our way to establishing Marble Hill as a national destination for the nation's civil rights history. So thank you. I urge you to support the nomination.
Thank you. Mr. Fred?
Yes, hi, I'm Fred Shokin. I really hadn't intended to speak on this one, but since I prepared the National Register nomination form for board back in 2002, I just wanted to say that it's long overdue that something happened to this building and it's designated. I think it shows that buildings, even though in this bad condition, do have a future. And I just wanted to lend my support and say that it's an important building, both architecturally. Sadly, it's lost some of its details, but hopefully it can be restored. And also for its history that goes back through many things. Its early history as an institution, its Black history dealing with the health department and other institutional uses. And it's the kind of building that should have been renovated years ago. I believe when I was actually working as a preservation consultant on this project, that I think a group affiliated with Bethel AME had intended to reuse it. I can't remember exactly what the reuse was. Unfortunately, those plans fell through, and we've seen 20 years of neglect. But hopefully, with the city behind it and the Department of Housing will be able to preserve the building, and designating it is, should help that out. Thank you.
Mr. Fred, thank you, sir. Okay, commissioners, let's have a discussion. For the home of the Friendlies, 1313 Drew Hill Avenue, does anyone have any conversation?
I had a quick question for DHCD, if I could.
Of course. Go ahead, Kay.
The stabilization, putting the roof back on, are you guys putting the mansard roof back on with the dormers and everything, so the
Yes.
envelope's all buttoned up
Yep,
like that?
we're putting it back together in the historic nature that it was already in. Yep.
Great, thank you.
Same question again.
Okay.
Does that typically need to go through this commission, or is it just being done in some kind of staff support?
What does it typically, you mean to, wait,
So,
restate that question, I don't totally understand.
Currently, the building is not under CHAP purview.
Right.
Once it becomes that local landmark, then we would be reviewing and approving all exterior changes.
so the work being done before the landmark or after that?
The work is being done currently because it
Now.
was an emergency stabilization, so we had to get emergency procurement. But due to the significant amount of money that we're putting into it, we really want to make sure that it's preserved. So we came forward to put this, to ask to have this designation put on it so that it could protect the investment that we're putting into the property.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Commissioners, any more conversation? All right. We have a recommendation. Staff recommends a finding of approval for the designation of this property as a landmark. I would like to put this motion on the floor.
So moved to accept staff's recommendation?
Thank you, sir. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain?
One
Thank you, thank you. The ayes have it. Thanks. Next on our agenda, excuse me, Upton Mansion, 811 West Lanville Street, Baltimore City landmark. The request, concept review, construction, new two-story rear addition and site alterations. The owner, mayor, and city council, Afro Charities, contract purchaser. The applicant, Mimi, I do not want to pronounce the last name wrong. Say it again? Jiger. And Atelier Jiger. Atelier Jiger, please forgive me. It is French. My French is not good. Thank you. And the staff is Lauren once again.
Thank you, Chairman. Commission, we did see this in April, so I'm going to just do a very brief update to this. So I'm going to be going through slides pretty quickly. So apologies to the folks in the audience who did not see the original presentation. Upton Mansion is a circa 1838 brick Greek revival mansion located on the south side of West Lanville Street, as shown here. It's situated on the top of a 1-acre lot, and it served as the country house of David Stewart, who was a prominent Baltimore attorney and politician. This is an aerial view showing the property today, and I'm just going to sort of do a virtual walk around with these aerial photos. So you can see the condition of the property today. It's surrounded by a stone retaining wall on the east, west, and south sides of the property that range between 9 and 14 feet tall. So it's significantly higher than the surrounding properties. This is the current site conditions of the property. And then these are just some site plans. Historically, this is the 1890 Sanborn Fire Insurance map. And then this is the facade, as you can see it today. Because it's such a wide lot, it's actually hard to see the entirety of the front of the property from across the street. This is the southeast corner from the alleys. This is the best view you're going to get of the rear of the property, is in an alley located to the south. And this is the Saxe map from 1869 showing the property at that time. And this topographical survey is really helpful because it shows some of the walkways and paths and driveways, which is going to be significant for when we talk about the proposed landscape alterations. And then these are just some historic photos. This is from 1936 when it served as a radio station. And documented under the HABS program. And I'm just going to walk around the building and show the existing conditions of the property today. This is the proposed location of the addition on the rear of the property. This is a view of the parcel from the front yard. Oh, sorry. Oh no, I'm going backwards. I'm going the wrong way. Apologies. The commission reviewed a version of this proposal for the construction of a 2-story rear addition in April. And the commission approved the height and the building footprint with details, proportion, and materiality to come back to the full commission. And so the applicants have revised their proposal and are bringing it back to the commission today. CHAP staff has reviewed the proposal for the exterior rehabilitation, finds that proposed scope of work complies with the guidelines, can be reviewed at staff level. The commission is also bringing their proposed site alterations to the commission for this hearing because the site plan was reviewed by the Site Plan Review Committee on Wednesday, June 6th. And while there are some outstanding comments that I understand that are due to the applicants from various agencies, overall the site plan meets the requirements. And so therefore it is being brought to you today. And again, because there is a state bond bill, MHT will take a perpetual easement on the property. And so MHT is also reviewing this work. There we go. The proposed 2-story addition, and you'll see that I'm doing some sort of previous and current proposals. Just I find it's very helpful to be able to look at them on the same page. So you can see that the proposal has been updated slightly. The previous site plan is on the left, current is on the right. The proposed two-story addition is rectilinear with a flat roof and is attached to the mansion house via the 1950s stair tower with three-story hyphen. The hyphen will serve as the main entrance to the building. And you can see that in the previous proposal, the basement was unexcavated except for the stair tower and elevator tower portion. The team has determined that they are in fact able to excavate fully, a full basement, and put the archives in the basement, which is just going to make a lot more sense for the care and stewardship of the sensitive materials that will be stored there. What that does is that frees up some more space. For the for the first floor, that will be the main entrance, and the first floor will be in the addition will now be a gallery. The second floor will have the CEO's office, a cafe, multi-use space, a finance room. And then, again, I'm doing that sort of previous on the left, current on the right. Oh no, I used the wrong photo. I'm so sorry. There is a rooftop addition. I'm so sorry. It's not the archives on the roof, but it's, sorry, I totally grabbed the wrong image. But sorry, commissioners, you can see that on the WIC site, but it is essentially that same footprint. The green roof is now gone, and it's just going to be a flat roof for access. And you can see the section here. And I'm just going to walk through some of the previous elevations to current. This is the previous east elevation. You can see there is just a lot of variation of fenestration. And this current elevation is a lot more streamlined. The first floor will have clerestory windows in the upper portion of the walls. And the second floor of the addition will just be a full glass. So very simple. And then you can also see that the hyphen separating the addition from the historic mansion is also fully glazed. And then you can see, so that previous elevation showed the alignment to the existing building, and because it's slightly offset, this is the view from the new construction. So you can see it's very simplified. It's a much more simplified fenestration pattern. The massing is the same, but it's just a lot more streamlined. Again, this is the previous elevation on the west elevation, and then the sort of two versions, the east elevation aligned to the new construction and aligned to existing. So you can see, again, just a lot more glazing, a lot simpler. From the front, in both iterations, both the previous and the current, the addition is still tucked back behind the mansion house sufficiently. And again, this is at the top of a hill. You're never really going to see it from this view, just because of the topography. And you can see the south elevation is fully glazed. That was the previous elevation, and this is the current. So, and then you can also see too another point that the commissioners made was just simplifying the railings on the rooftop deck, and the applicants have done so. These are just some current renderings showing, and you can see here, there's the previous rendering to the current. So just a lot cleaner, a lot simpler, and still, in staff's opinion, compatible. This is, again, previous rendering and the current. You can also see, too, that between the previous rendering and the current rendering, the stair and elevator tower on that rooftop has also been simplified. They couldn't change the height just because of the needs of the elevator shaft, but just, they've just made it consistent height to sort of minimize the appearance, and then also cladded it with the TerraClad that they've, in just a monochrome TerraClad that is cladding the rest of the addition. And again, a previous rendering to the current. And on this elevation of the addition, where there is sort of the full height of the cladding, that's where the stair tower is. So, putting windows in there isn't very functional. And then there's also, this is the proposed site plan. And so you can see that the proposal, you can see the current driveway is just partial. It just goes up the one side. The proposal is to actually add an additional driveway to the parking lot on the other side of the addition. And historically, there was a circular shaped / U-shaped driveway. So there is actually a historic precedent for this site plan. It also will include removal of trees that are in poor condition, adding some retaining walls and new parking areas, as well as additional plantings. Here are some examples of the terraclad product out in the world at Towson University and at Morgan State University, which the commission requested a submission of. So those are some examples. Staff applied a number of guidelines for this project, which I'm going to go through. For roof decks, the staff finds that the proposal meets the guidelines. It's going to be located on the roof of the addition. The railings are glass and metal. They're designed to be unobtrusive. The roof deck is accessed from a rooftop addition that serves as the main point of entry for all of the floors in both the main house and the addition. So staff finds that this rooftop addition is appropriate and meets the guidelines. For alterations and additions, the proposed rear addition meets the guidelines. It's compatible with the existing building in massing, height, form, and scale. While this addition is sizable due to the programmatic needs, it is subservient to the main block of the house. For guiding principles and new design, the proposed addition is contemporary. It doesn't replicate historic styles, but it is compatible with the historic mansion due to its massing, use of hyphen, and the cladding, which is evocative of the brick of the mansion, but is still clearly a modern material. For site design, staff finds that the addition is located on the rear of the building. It retains existing setbacks. And this proposal complies with the guidelines. Scale and form, the commission already reviewed and approved that in the previous hearing, but it has been slightly altered, and staff still finds that the proposal meets the guidelines. The addition is proportional to the mansion in terms of floor-to-floor heights. The fenestration, while very different in design, is sensitive to the main house. And one just point that's just difficult, just from a programmatic stance, is that the addition sits on a tall foundation. Because of the fact that the basement is going to be used for archives, it doesn't have fenestration at the basement level, but this will be softened by landscaping. There will be shrubs, there will be trees, there will be plantings that will soften that sort of very tall wall. Staff finds that the windows of the addition and hyphen are appropriate. It's a metal curtain wall system with large plate glass. The doors in the hyphen will be a storefront system, and staff finds this is appropriate. In terms of materials, staff finds that the proposed terraclad panel system is, meets the guidelines. It is compatible, and that the proposed railings for the rooftop deck are also compatible and appropriate. They've added more glass. They're a lot, they fade away a lot more. They're a lot less visible. Staff also looked at the site context because, of course, at this hearing we're looking at proposed alterations to the landscape itself. The site has experienced different phases of alterations over its existence, and the landscape has changed over time. There are some features that are still extant, like the stone retaining walls, some of the iron fencing, but other aspects have changed. And so the proposed site plan will actually enhance the historic land patterns on the site, sort of returning to, slightly different, but really being much more evocative of the historic landscape and traffic patterns on the property. Streets, alleys, and parking. Again, staff finds that, from the 1860s through the early 20th century, the property had a circular drive in the front yard, and so the proposed addition of the additional drive will be more evocative and will be appropriate. Our guidelines also get into trees and other plantings, and talk about retaining healthy, mature trees. When completing landscape restoration, identify historic precedents. And staff believes that that the applicant has done that. There is a significant proposed removal of 16 mature trees, and 7 of them are being proposed for removal. 4 are being proposed for removal due to poor condition, and 3 are being proposed for removal because they will be directly impacted by the proposed construction. But due to the Forest Conservation Plan requirements, the removed trees will be replaced on site with native shade and ornamental trees. And the landscaping plans will add several planting beds, which in both design and location are compatible with the historic planting design. Archaeological resources, as I provided information in the previous hearing, the team did hire an archaeologist to complete a phase 1 survey of the property, and the report was submitted. And the finding was that there is a lack of significant intact features beyond demolition debris, and do not recommend further archaeological testing, but areas that are currently covered by paving areas that are covered by paving that are going to be impacted as part of this project should be investigated. And so staff is recommending investigation of the areas that are currently under paving that weren't tested, that will be impacted and altered as part of this project moving forward. The property is a Baltimore City landmark. There are no there's not a neighborhood architectural review committee for this property, but staff did advise the surrounding community associations and neighborhood architectural review committees, and did receive not a formal comment, but favorable comments from the Marble Hill Improvement Association. So staff finds that the proposal for this 2-story rear addition and site alterations meet the CHAP design guidelines, and staff recommends approval with final details to be reviewed and approved at staff level. And staff also recommends that the commission require archaeological monitoring of excavation in areas that are currently paved, which will result in the submission of an additional archaeological report documenting the findings. Thank you, commissioners. Any questions? Yes.
So a question, I appreciate seeing the landscape.
Yes.
So this may not be directly in the purview of the scope here, but outside the LOD, there's the tree row, and it lists the existing species. Do you know if there's any plans to mitigate for any of the invasive species like the ailanthus or the English ivy to clear that out a little bit, or is that just going to be preserved and untouched?
I think that the team can advise on that. I am not sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioners. Yes, sir.
Could you talk a little bit more about the site plan review process that has taken place in the interim?
Sure. So the site plan review committee process. Sure. So the site plan review committee is a process that the Department of Planning hosts, where we bring together all the various agencies that are going to have a regulatory review of the property. So, that includes the fire department, that includes DOT, that includes DPW, that includes our teams in planning who are looking at forest conservation, stormwater management, et cetera. So that everybody who is going to touch this project in regulatory review can provide comments and advise, if there are any red flags or anything that the, developers need to be aware of before they continue to go further down and develop the project more. So I unfortunately had an appointment that I was not able to participate in the SPRC meeting, but Stacey Montgomery from our staff did participate. And my understanding is that, the comments overall were favorable, and that this meets, all of the requirements for the other city agencies, which is important because one of the pieces that we were a little concerned about was the driveways, and that the driveways are 1 lane wide, but are serving as 2-way, which is just a limitation of the site. But my understanding is that, yes, certainly DOT and fire would love to have those be wider, but that's not feasible. And my understanding is that that is not being required, that the proposal as submitted is acceptable. The team can provide some better updates if I got any of that wrong. But my understanding is that this site plan is going to be approvable.
Okay. Did I hear you correctly that there were a couple of pieces that were going to be followed up on in relationship to their process?
Yeah, my understanding is that a couple of agencies didn't provide their comments ahead of that meeting and weren't in attendance, and so they will need to do so.
But it is anticipated that that won't be anything contrary to a site approval
Yes.
affirmation.
And, and if, worst case scenario, if this needs to be, massaged a bit to meet other requirements, CHAP staff is going to be reviewing, the permit plans that are submitted. So if there are any changes, we would be involved and apprised of those changes. But I don't anticipate there being any significant earth-shattering changes to this plan as submitted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other commissioners? Let us ask on any questions? Okay, Lauren, thank you.
Thank you.
We do not have anyone who would like to testify for for up to mansion. Can we go back to the?
Absolutely. And I do understand that, the team is all here if there are any questions
Sure.
that the commission has for them.
Sure.
So.
We have on the screen here for our discussion for 811 West Lamphell Street. Commissioners, do you have anything you'd like to add before we table anything? Yeah, good. That's why I mentioned it. Go right ahead.
So this is for final approval with details to come back at the staff level, is that correct?
Yes.
I mean, I guess I'm kind of on the fence about this because it feels like, the biggest advocate for, the biggest compliment to the project right now is that it can't be seen from anywhere. And I feel like, is that what we should be saying, or should we be looking for a design that really feels sympathetic to the building? And I don't see any kind of connection between an analysis of the existing building and the design response. Like, it still seems so very schematic and undeveloped relative to the realities of the structure and that needs to happen to turn it from this drawing into a real building. And so, like, this isn't nowhere close to final approvable in my mind. And I just wanted to kind of take the temperature of the fellow commissioners to see if I'm alone in that.
Well, I'll give my comment. In comparison to the last rendering that we received, and the new rendering that we received, and I remember there being like questions about height and questions about materials, et cetera. And now the new information that you gave us, Lauren, with the forestry, thank you for that, because that's really great to understand. I feel as if though it meets the standards that we had set in the last commission hearing, and I appreciate the new renderings. I mean, I didn't see any confusion as to the renderings, but to me it was clear.
I just feel like that there's still a lot getting glossed over. Even in the site plan, there's so much parking being added that what's really going to be character changing in this site is not only the amount of hardscape, understanding that there was a variety of hardscape that was pre-existing and historically, but this is two-lane traffic that's going in, and then we have, because of all the hardscape that's being added, and I don't know what the parking requirements are, but there's a lot being added. And then there's going to be stormwater management features, which have very different characteristics than kind of typical planting of this type of site. So I just feel like that there's a lot that we're not, there's a lot of the story that's still not being told. That's how I see it. That's what I'm concerned about.
Go right ahead.
And just to tack onto that, so my question as far as the buffer plantings and the invasives, like, as Commissioner Powell noted, you know, like, you can't always see the building from different vantage points, but you can see that buffer. And so presenting a good face to the neighbors, like if we clean up the invasives and do something to kind of clean up that edge is one way of addressing that a little bit. So I just wanted to tack that on.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
And then
Hey, Peter.
oh no, I was just gonna refer my fellow commissioners to, I guess it's the site drawings that kind of goes over the parking requirements and stuff, if you guys didn't see it.
Peter, go right ahead. I'm sorry.
Generally, I tend to like the new renderings more than the last one. I appreciate the designers taking into account the eliminating the multi-light windows that they had put in. I think it gives it a little bit cleaner appearance and the extra info on the railing. I share some of the concerns for the landscaping. I brought it up last time. I thought the amount of parking being put on this site seemed a little bit excessive. I mean, having ADA spots, absolutely, and maybe a few other spots, but I think trying to cram 10 or 11 spots, I think I counted on the regular parking lot, seems a bit excessive. So, you know, the whole back half of the property is going to be totally surrounded by asphalt. So that was my primary concern, but as to the renderings for the addition itself, I'm generally okay with what I'm seeing.
Yeah, I'll just chime in. I would agree in terms of the renderings, again, being an improvement over last time, and then some of the parking and shrubbery, some of that's outside of our purview. But again, I think it's presenting a good face to the community, given what we have right now, and just thinking about what you presented today. So thank you.
I don't know that the site is out of our purview.
I was just thinking we usually do buildings. I never heard us go into
Well,
a
I mean,
parking
this is
lot.
historic lands. I mean, like,
Yeah,
when
yeah.
you have a building that doesn't have landscape, but, you know, Mount Vernon Park is gonna come to us, and that's no buildings. So my understanding is if it's contextual, historical landscape, that it would be under our purview. I just wanna make that distinction. I'm not arguing with you.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay. And so in the essence of time, because we do have some commissioners who are leaving, Lauren, can you take us back to the recommendation page, please?
Yes. And just to clarify, yes, we do have landscape design guidelines, and staff found that this proposal does meet the design guidelines. But I think if there are questions about, you know, about the proposal for the landscape, please, you know, the team is here and can address that.
If there are not any additional comments from the commissioners, the recommendation, staff recommends approval of the new rear addition and site alterations with final details to be reviewed and approved at staff level. Staff also recommends that the commission require our archaeological monitoring of excavation in areas that are currently paved, which will result in the submission of an additional report documenting the findings. Do I have someone who would like to put the motions on the floor? Does someone like to second it first?
I'd like to move staff recommendation.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstain? The ayes have it. Next on our agenda, we have Frederick Douglass High School, 2301 Gwynn Falls Parkway, Baltimore City landmark. Request demolition hearing 2, demolition smokestack, 1950s wing. The owner, Mayor and City Council, Baltimore City Public School System. Applicant, F. Thomas Lee, Sama Architects, and the staff once again is Lauren.
Thank you, Chairman. Commissioners, you may remember this one from April as well. And this is in April, we considered the demolition hearing 1 request, and we are back with the demolition hearing 2. So I'm going to breeze through some of these slides because they are repetitive from the previous hearing. As you can see, this is the location of the property marked here with a star. The boundary of the landmark covers the entire parcel. And you can see the aerial view of the property. This is the facade of the main portion of the historic school. And this aerial photo is from the north. And this is a view from the south and from the west. This is the 1954 Sanborn map. Historically, the Sanborns were literally pasted over annually with changes. And so you can see here, you can see the 1950s edition shown here. And these are the two 1950s editions. Only one of them is proposed for alteration, or demolition, which is that one. And as I stated before, in the demolition hearing 1 proceedings in April 2023, the commission determined that the 1980s addition was non-contributing, and the demolition of the stair tower could be considered as part of the larger renovation proposal, and that the smokestack and 1950s addition are contributing to the landmark designation, which is why we are here today. Because the proposal is to demolish those two portions of the building, and so need to be considered under the demolition hearing 2 proceedings for the determination of substantial hardship. And the applicants have submitted a package that outlines their request for demolition for these two portions of the building. The 1950s edition was one of 2 built contemporaneously to serve the students at Douglas High School. In the previous hearing, the commission asked for additional information about these additions and their architects. I was able to find that information. These additions were designed by the Baltimore architectural firm of Tyler, Ketchum, and Myers, who were active in the mid-20th century. The firm was founded in 1946, and they designed several schools in Baltimore City and Baltimore County. They designed the Hamburgers department store downtown with it literally straddled Fayette Street, which is now demolished. And they designed the Hess Shoe Company building in Belvedere Square, which is still extant, as well as medical facilities and houses of worship. The 1950s wing originally housed 4 shop rooms and currently houses the ROTC program and CTE spaces in Frederick Douglass High School. There are several reasons underlying the proposed demolition, which include programmatic deficiencies, accessibility, renovation requirements, and costs. Baltimore City Public Schools' plan is to co-locate the Joseph C. Briscoe Academy at the Frederick Douglass campus, but maintain separate entrances and spaces for each school. So the plan is for Briscoe Academy to have an entrance off of Warwick Avenue, and will also utilize a portion of the Douglass School building. The existing wing does not provide sufficient space or classroom heights for the programmatic needs of the Briscoe Academy, and the retention of the wing would actually necessitate the construction of another addition, which is challenging given the topography of the site. In addition, the siting of the existing wing makes it very difficult to add a new entrance with a safe student drop-off. Additionally, the ROTC wing does not have accessible entrances or accessible connections to the main Douglass building and lacks elevators. So making this wing fully accessible would be complicated. And in addition, it requires major renovation. So a preliminary cost estimate determines that renovating this wing to be ADA compliant and meet the current programmatic needs would cost almost $4 million. And the construction of a new addition and main entrance would cost a few more. For a total expense of $6.3 million to retain and upgrade this addition. The other portion of the building that is proposed for demolition is the smokestack, which is original to the building when the school was heated by coal-fired furnaces. The smokestack has long been out of service, and the reasons for proposed demolition are structural concerns, the necessity for reinforcement, and cost. While the smokestack is structurally stable, it does not meet seismic codes and could pose a risk to public safety. Reinforcement is feasible, but doing so would alter the appearance of the smokestack because the reinforcement would have to be on the exterior of the structure. The retention would require additional maintenance costs in the future. And the reinforcement alone would cost $375,000, whereas demolition would cost $125,000 and would require no further maintenance costs. The property is a Baltimore City landmark, does not have a neighborhood architectural review committee, but CHAP staff did inform the historic Frederick Douglass High School Alumni Association, the Greater Mondawmin Coordinating Committee, and the North Avenue Task Force. Staff has reviewed the submission and determined that the proposed demolition of the 1950s wing and the smokestack, and determines that the demolition of these two portions of the property are necessary to avoid a substantial hardship to Baltimore City Public Schools. Baltimore City Public Schools utilizes funding for school rehabilitation and construction and must use that money judiciously. Staff believes that the money that would be required to retain the 50s addition and smokestack would be more wisely spent on other aspects of the future project, such as rehabilitation of the historic building features, installing HVAC in every classroom, et cetera. Staff also finds that a denial of the demolition permit would result in no reasonable beneficial use of these portions of the structure. The building as a whole will continue its function as a school, slated to serve two school populations in the future. And if the 1950s wing were to be retained, it would likely result in subpar facilities for the students at Joseph C. Briscoe Academy, lacking seamlessly integrated ADA facilities, a safe primary entrance, et cetera, and would not provide an equitable experience between the students at Briscoe and at Douglass. Staff finds that the demolition of the 1950s wing and the smokestack would not constitute a substantial detriment to the public welfare. And for all the above reasons, staff finds that demolition will be without substantial derogation to the intents and purposes of Article 6 of the Baltimore City Code, and recommends approval of demolition. Thank you, Commissioners. Any questions?
Lauren, thank you. Commissioners, any questions for Lauren?
So we weren't able to access the engineering report.
Oh,
Does
no.
the engineering report
no.
talk about the smokestack?
The engineering report does talk about the smokestack, and it does say that, yes, it's stable now, but it doesn't meet seismic codes, and it would need to be reinforced. And then in addition to being reinforced, would then need regular maintenance thereafter. I'm so sorry that the engineer's report was not accessible. And then the engineer's report essentially said that, that the 1950s addition is structurally sound, but it's going to need extensive rehabilitation.
Any other questions? Okay. Looking at our sheet, we do not have anyone who has signed up for testimony?
No, but the team is here.
Okay.
And I'm not sure if anyone would like to testify. Okay. And we do have a representative from Baltimore City Schools as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And please feel free to give us your full name for the record.
I'm Amy McCarty with Samaha Associates. We're the architecture firm doing the renovations for the project. And I think Lauren pretty well outlined what we're looking to do, but it's really about kind of the co-location of the Joseph C. Briscoe Academy on the Frederick Douglass campus. We're really looking to provide them an equitable school building on the site and meet the programmatic needs for the Joseph Briscoe Academy, which that existing ROTC wing currently does not provide accessibility or have spaces for some things like their auxiliary gyms and some of the spaces that are required for the Briscoe Academy.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Gotcha. Lauren, you said there was someone else.
I don't know if Michael McBride would like to testify. No? Okay.
I think you've done a wonderful job.
Okay. Michael McBride with Baltimore City Public Schools did submit a letter to the commission, which is on the WIC site.
Okay, Lauren, thank you. Commissioners, let us have conversation on the Frederick Douglass High School, Baltimore City Landmark demolition. This is hearing number 2. Are there any conversation we'd like to have on this topic? Okay. The recommendation, staff recommends a determination that the demolition of the smokehouse in 1950s addition is necessary to avoid a substantial hardship to Baltimore City Public Schools. Demolition of these two portions of the building will not constitute a substantial detriment to the public welfare, and demolition will be without substantial derogation to the intents and purposes of Article 6 of the Baltimore City Code. We have the recommendation. Do I have a motion to put forth the recommendation?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? The ayes have it. Thank you.
Chairman, in the next project, I have to recuse myself.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. 933 Fells Street, Fells Point Historic District. The request, construct a second-story addition. Applicant is PIKL Studio, and the staff is Mr. Eddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. We have for review next 933 Fells Street in the Fells Point Historic District, PIKL Studios. Applicant is Manuel Sanchez. They are proposing to construct a second-story addition on a rear of a property here in Fells Point at 933 Fells Street. Fells Street being the main structure, which stands facing Fells Street, has a rear addition on it that faces South Wolf Street. This addition is in two pieces. As you'll note here, the is a storefront across two parts of the lot with a existing second story already on top of one half of it. The project has been reviewed and approved by the Commission for a new storefront second story rehabilitation in 2017. Staff has also reviewed and approved other rehabilitations to the front of the Fells Street elevation in 2014. Applicants propose to construct a second-story addition on the one-story base. The proposed addition will have two double-hung windows, brick facade, and a brick cornice that matches the adjacent second story. The north elevation facing the courtyard next door will be faced with a painted CMU, or if allowed by the adjacent owner, finished in stucco or EIFS. The building will have a flat roof. CHAP staff reviewed and applied Chapter 1.117 alterations and additions for this review. In 2017, the condition of the Fells Street elevation was pretty torn up. There were a number of ventilation equipment and other things that were protruding from the side that were removed, and doorways and windows that were expanded and opened to the newly existing doorway and storefront windows that were part of the rear of the business that operated on the site. So there was substantial improvement and investment on the property. The applicants are proposing to put a second-story addition to match the existing second-story addition that exists now. There is a open-air lot to the north of this. This is the existing condition of the facade. The proposal simply proposes to finish off physically the structure from the view of South Wolf Street and continue on back to connect to the main building at 933, as seen here in this rendering. The addition is a simple design structure that will continue the existing second-story fenestration and have no adverse impact on the streetscape of South Wolf Street. The adjacent courtyard will be minimally impacted from the new structure. The architects have provided a sunlight analysis of the lighting that may affect the adjacent yard. The only effect will be on a neighbor's tree that has grown over the existing one-story addition. As the aerial photos show, there is an existing rear tree in the rear yard that some have indicated to us is a substantially old tree. We don't have any record or confirmation of it being a champion tree or on any registry at this moment. The neighbor has contacted staff and expressed their concerns about the tree, as others. They were included in your Wix site uploads. There is also a letter from an attorney representing the next door neighbor, indicating concerns about issues relating to zoning and liquor board and other things. Those issues are outside of our purview, and we do not, review those in terms of our CHAP guidelines. So the commission should only be looking as to the effect of the design on the site and the context here. the applicant has expressed that they are willing to work with the adjacent owner on the retention of the tree. Neighborhood comments, the Fells Point Design Committee reviewed the addition and given favorable support for the project and the design. Recommendation, approval of concept addition with final details to return to staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. Commissioners, do we have any questions for Eddie? Okay. We have a few people on the list. First, we have Davison Johnson. David Johnson. Would you like to come up and speak?
Oh, sure. Am I supposed to say something? Sure.
If you'd like to. All right.
Hey, I'm David Johnson. I live at 913 Fell Street, just down the block on the same side as the historic house that is feels it's going to be impacted by this. The house, well, you're considering that thing. The house that the owner is worried about has been there since 1700s. It's beautifully restored. It's one of the gems of Fells Point, and this will mess with its yard. It will put it in a tunnel, a sunlight tunnel, and as well that tree that you see there, that tree has stood there since before Fort McHenry turned the British back. It's one of the oldest trees in Fells Point, and I understand that, yeah, they have to cut some of it and it may kill it. Also, this issue with the same owner in the same place happened, I don't know, 10 years ago, maybe not even 10 years ago. And it went to the liquor board. Don't ask me why, but it went to the liquor board because the owner who wanted to put a restaurant there said, we want this. And somehow the Preservation Society, which is the society in Fells Point that helped defeat the highway and stood firm against moneyed interest destroying Fells Point, went to the liquor board and said, no, don't let them do that. And the liquor board made a ruling and said, oh, then you can either have a liquor license and not build that, or you can build that and have no liquor license. So they didn't build it and they have no liquor license. I mean, they have a liquor license, right? Now the new owners say, oh, once we've got the liquor license, we can build that thing. They shouldn't need it. What was there was a burger restaurant, has a good kitchen. They don't need that space for a kitchen. It's just, I know all of the neighbors. Fells Point is a residential block, really, without any busy things. We totally support the guy who doesn't want this built, that it will hurt his historic property. I think there's also some I don't know what is the organization that says in Annapolis that says it shouldn't be messed with. Your yard shouldn't. The Maryland Historical Trust has joined the previous Preservation Society. The Preservation Society now, personally, I don't know what's up with them. They just don't seem to be preserving much of anything. Okay, so the Preservation Society, I mean, among a lot of us residents, we've lost confidence in them. They seem to be recommending that this happen. I don't know what they're preserving anymore, but thank you for listening.
Eddie, can you send us back to the recommendation page? Commissioners, before we put anything on the floor, would you like to have a conversation? All right.
Can we speak? I think I'm the attorney, and Mr. Chapko, the owner of the adjacent property, is here. We indicated by email that we wanted to speak.
I was looking at the list. It said if you were asked, do you want to speak?
Yeah, Mr. Chapko would like to speak, and then I'll follow up briefly if I may. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, Commissioners. Much has been said by...
Could you give us your full name?
Yes. My name is Nicholas Japko. I'm a homeowner at 931 Fell Street, Captain Steel House, built 1790, protected by the Maryland Historical Trusts, by the it's also listed on the American Building Survey, and it's one of the gems of Fells Point. It's one of the 3 most significant historical properties in that neighborhood. And it's in all the Baltimore guidebooks. So much has been said already by David Johnson, and What you should know is that there was a huge community mobilization in 2016 that led to this liquor license ruling restrictions based on historic preservation. You know, I understand that you're not in charge of the liquor license. Nonetheless, you should know that this liquor license would be violated if that second-story addition were to be erected, because that is one of the specific restrictions that the liquor board imposed on the licensee. The new owners want to keep the liquor license, therefore they cannot build this. And if you allow this to happen, you would be basically overruling the liquor board. This is something that I think you need to have in mind, even though I do understand that you have your own guidelines and you don't decide on these grounds. So I'm going to speak only to the case of historic preservation. I did much of that. How much time do? A minute? Okay. So basically, the Historic Preservation Society, the Preservation Society of Fells Point and Federal Hill was founded by people who went for the road fight, as it's famously known in Baltimore. Now, the previous owner of the house from which I bought it in 2011 was one of the founders of the Historic Society. Her name was Jean Hepner. She has a square named after her in Fells Point. She was one of the people who was really adamant on historic preservation. When she sold the house to me, she asked me to take good care of it. So I'm here to basically speak up, not so much for my property, but for the character of the house and the character of the neighborhood as a result of that. It is one of the prime houses in the neighborhood, and it would be directly affected. Its air and its light would be directly affected by this new construction, which is why there was a neighborhood mobilization in the first place in 2016. So that is why, you know, I'm here again, and I will be here again, and you know, in any forum where I need to defend this, because I think this is important to the neighborhood, and the community seems to believe the same thing. I'm just going to stop here.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Give your full name for us.
Yes, thank you. I'm Thomas Minton. I'm Mr. Japko's attorney. I'm just going to follow up briefly on some of his comments. I think the historic importance and the nature of the building next door is beyond any question. It's registered with the National Survey of Historic Places. It's one of 2 or 3 places along with the, was it the Robert Long House, that really stands out in the neighborhood. And I know there's always tension in these neighborhoods, particularly Fells Point, between development and preservation. But if you're not going to apply the principles that protect development here, next door to one of the most important houses in the city, where are you going to apply them? We've talked about some of the standards that govern Article 6, Section 8.6 requires the commission to consider the historic or architectural significance of structures in the immediate neighborhood. We've got the guidelines 2.1 and 2.3 talking about scale and form, landscaping. And I think I would correct the record. I'm not sure the design review committee approved the project. They approved the design. But I analogize it this way. You've got, in this neighborhood, a Picasso, a Van Gogh at 931 Fell Street. And what the project proposes is to cut off a corner of it, which is the tree, make it darker, and put it in a new frame. And what the committee said was, oh, it's a nice frame. But that doesn't satisfy the analysis under 2.1 of the design guidelines, 2.3 of the design guidelines, or 8.6 of the code. I also think it's kind of ironic that we're here now because, as Mr. Japko said, if this group who owns this place now want to keep the liquor license, they cannot build the second floor addition. That is in the clear records of the liquor board. Unfortunately, as you've seen in our submission, they can't find the license, but we paid for and got a transcript of the hearing where the applicant, through his attorney, said, we will not build a second floor, and we agree that that restriction will be attached to the license. So in a sense, what you're doing today could be moot if they want to keep the license, because that's binding on them. It's not binding on you, of course, but I think there's some irony here and some cynicism on the part of the owners who think that the liquor board would be more protective of historic sites than this commission, and that just shouldn't be true, and that shouldn't be rewarded. And so I think, with all that having been said, I think Mr. Jones and Mr. Japko very articulately stated why this should be disapproved. I hope you'll look at the guidelines, 2.1, 2.3, landscaping. Look at that tree that is shown better in some of the pictures we saw today than in what was in the original plan. And understand that you can't just cast a shadow like that over one of the most important houses in the city. Thank you.
Thank you. We have two more individuals. A Paulina, are they here today? Please come. And for the record, give us your full name. I didn't want to pronounce your last name wrong.
Hello, everyone. Pavlina Ilieva, principal with PIKL Studio. I'm happy to answer any questions or address anything that the commission might have.
I did have one question. I see the front cladding is brick. Can you talk about the rear facade cladding?
The rear facade for the addition?
The addition, correct.
Yes, the intention is to match that in brick as well. In general, the attitude is to complete the facade. As it is now, it does look like pieces that were added over time, which you can see sometimes in sort of the backyards away from the street throughout the neighborhood. This is interfacing with Wolf Street, and simply completing the cadence of the windows and restoring a two-story volume will be, in fact, in keeping with the rest of Wolf Street, which is mostly 2- and 3-story buildings. So the intention is to match the detailing and the spacing of the windows so that the facade looks intentional, complete, and meant for, and therefore enhance the quality of the streetscape and the neighborhood overall.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perhaps you're not the individual to address this question to, but is there more to the story related to the liquor license and the liquor license, the
No,
liquor
we
board's
really are not.
prohibition?
We're really not aware of that at all. And really the degree to which it interfaces with a CHAP review. We're here to review the design on its merit and as it pertains
So
to
you're
historic
not-
preservation.
You're not the person, okay.
No, not
Thank
at
you.
all, in
No
fact.
problem.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Would you be the person that can explain the sun study or the shade study here?
I'd like to ask my colleague Courtney Richardson to do that.
Thank you.
Hi, Courtney Richardson with PIKL Studio. So I did the sun study. Based on the way the courtyard is oriented currently, the courtyard only receives sunlight from 11 to 1 p.m. And in our sun studies, the addition doesn't affect it that much. It affects it in the first hour that the courtyard gets sun, and that's about the extent of the effect on the courtyard. So ultimately, I don't know if there's a site plan that shows the orientation. The courtyard, as you can see, just based on its orientation, the courtyard doesn't receive all that much sunlight. Most of the shadow is cast from the building, the neighboring property itself, actually. So, yeah, that's the extent of sun studies.
Are there any commissioners, any more questions? Okay. We have one more person who would like to testify. Sylvia? Yes. And Ms. Sylvia, could you give us your full name?
Yes. Silvia Sumarraga. My property is directly in front in Fells Street. It's 940. I asked this question before to your design studio or architecture. If the door, there are two entrances, one on Fells Street and the other one is on the Wolf. I asked the question if that door was going to be open again, because I understand that is prohibited at the moment, and the previous restaurant had it closed, and nobody seems to know. That is a little bit of deceiving. The second thing is, I cannot believe that someone, after hearing that the neighbor is being affected personally and the property, that they would still continue to infringing on that person's right. In regards to the sun study, I would like to see it more complete. Is it that you did the whole year, or you just took samples of the seasons? because
I'm sorry.
yeah,
You can ask questions, but we don't allow back and forth.
that's
But I
okay.
just wanna let you know that.
So I have my doubt on the sun study, and second on making that courtyard very claustrophobic for even the inhabitant of the house today. So in addition, I have seen for the last 25 years, 26 years, the traffic in that Fell Street, if they decided to open that door again, would completely affect us one more time. This case was presented in 2016, I believe, and I cannot believe now why we are going again to reinstate. So I hope this is forever the last time that this gentleman has to appear and defend his own property, that it is a very historical building. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Eddie, go right ahead.
Just a couple points of clarification. The sun study is in the Wix site packet for you to review. If anyone in the public would like a copy of that, please email me and I'll send it to you. Additionally, the previous proposal in 2016 that came before the commission for the rehabilitation of the rear really only called for the physical rehabilitation of the 1.5-story the two-story piece and the ground floor storefront level, which the commission did review in the public hearing.
Eddie, could you please just show us where the John Steele house is and where the addition's going to go and where the courtyard is?
Here is the portion of the South Wolf Street house. The South Wolf Street house, this is the two-story portion of it. This is the one-story portion. This is the Fell Street facade side. This is the tree in question, and the courtyard's here, and this would be the house associated with it.
Is that Captain John Steele house?
Go right.
That is the neighbor's house that is adjoining the courtyard, yes. That leads to this side here as well. I believe it goes straight through.
Straight through block.
Yeah, the Captain John Steele house faces Fell Street, right?
I believe so. I believe it's in the, yeah.
It's right there, yeah.
Yeah.
It is a through lot. It goes from Fell Street to Wolf Street.
I believe so. Is that correct? Yes, that's from the owner.
No, I just wanted, I think that was the confusion.
Eddie, thank you. I wanted to give you all wanted to come back up, if need be.
Yeah, no, just regarding the sun study, it was studied at the winter and summer solstice and then spring and fall equinox. So it captures the average and then the two extremes. So, and it's available if you'd like to look at it.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, of course, sure.
So, I'm sorry.
Come back up real quick. Sorry. One of our commissioners has a question for you.
So, is it possible to put it up on the screen, or does it make sense? No?
I don't have it. I apologize, Commissioners. I don't have it. It is on the Wix site there in front of you.
Because I'm just reviewing the study. I don't see much of a difference or change if you compare it to existing and with the proposed. And I just want to make sure I'm reading it correctly.
Yeah, no, there's not much of a difference. Most of the difference comes in like the first hour of the morning when the sun hits the courtyard. Usually it's around 11, it looks like. So yeah, it's a minor difference. Most of the shadow that's being cast is from the steel house itself, the Captain Steel house.
Okay, thank you so much. Eddie, is there anything else you'd like to share with us?
I believe the owner will want to.
Come right up. Remember, you have 3 minutes.
Well, I didn't I didn't open myself to questions from you commissioners, so I want to do that now. And I want to also strongly object to this assertion about the sunset, because the sunlight, because I'm in my courtyard quite often, and I can tell you there is plenty of sunshine in there, and you know, the sunshine would be basically blocked from that courtyard for especially the back of the house, where I have tenants on the first floor, and they would suddenly have no sunshine at all. You know, that's very clear to me. And they do have quite a bit of it throughout the year. So I don't know how that sun study was done, but the methodology was not correct, because I can experience it firsthand by just sitting in the yard and being in the sun most of the afternoon, especially in the summertime. If you have any questions about the house, about you know, its historical significance or anything else, I'm happy to answer any of these questions.
Thank you. So as I said, in the essence of time, go right ahead, sir. Go right ahead.
Can you keep the last slide you had up?
Of course we can, yes. Eddie, can you take us back?
Just the last slide. I would just like to know the testimony from the last person. Could you just show me where your house is? You said it was in front of
940, right across. The house
across the street.
from me. Yeah, I open my window and I see the building. On the left, I will see
I got you, Eddie.
the historical property. On the right. Yes. Yes, but
not back and forth. Go right to the mic and share with the
yeah, my house is directly across. The building in discussion has two entrances. One is on Fell Street, and that's the one facing my home, and the other one is on Wolf. But if they decided to modify the liquor license and modify the building, and I have asked this question again and again and again, the door that is facing me that today is closed, would that be reopened? Nobody seems to know the answer. And that is very interesting if you're a design company, an architecture company, that you would not study the flow of your customers coming in and out. That to me is a little deceiving. Thank you.
Thank you. Eddie, can you take us back to our final page? So before we put the motion on the floor, commissioners, do we have any conversation that we would like to have in addition to what we've heard for 933 Fell Street? Okay. Oh, go ahead, Peter.
Oh, no, I was gonna make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Okay. Do I have a second? All in favor? All opposed?
Who was second?
Who was second?
Oh, second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstain? One abstain. The ayes have it.
And the abstention was Gary?
Yes.
Dr. Ragland?
Yes. Yes.
Commissioners, just for clarification for the public's interest, even though it's approved here at the commission, there are many other agencies and approvals that have to be gotten before anything's done.
Thank you, Eddie. Next on our list, 600 North Packer Street, Seton Hill Historic District. The request, concept review, construct new 3-story side addition at 600 North Packer Street. Application, AB Associates, Al Berry, and Chase Hoffberger. The staff is Anthony.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Seton Hill is primarily a residential row house neighborhood that surrounds St. Mary's Park and
And
West
Anthony, if you could, can you bring the mic closer to you? Sure. It's okay.
Stay. Is roughly bounded by Orchard Street, Monument Street, Utah Street, Franklin Street, and Pennsylvania Avenue. Most of the buildings in the district are small and 2 3-story high gable roof houses designed in traditional Baltimore row house mold. The property at the address of 60 North Packard Street is home to 3 significant historical buildings: the St. Mary's Seminar Chapel, the Mother Seton House, and the St. Mary's Seminar Building. The St. Mary's Seminar was established in 1791, holds the distinction of being the oldest Catholic seminary in the United States. Constructed between 1806 and 1808, the chapel is situated in the rear of the property. Adjacent to the North Packard Street, the Mother Seton House was built in the early 1800s and served as a brief residence of Elizabeth Seton, also known as Mother Seton, the American saint who founded the Sisters of Charity in the basement of the chapel. The primary front facade of the property faces eastward along North Packard Street. It features symmetrical facades of stone, brick masonry, and stone details above the windows. The entrance is slightly recessed from the main wall and centrally located, framed by segmented arches around the windows. And a transom accompanied by 2 windows on each side of the building. You can kind of see that in this one. Along the front facade, there is also a low-rise brick wall approximately 3 feet tall, running parallel to the side of North Packard Street, with an iron fence going all the way around off top of it, which encloses the courtyard area in the front of the building by 2 gated entrances provided by the space. This is just a view from North Packard, just kind of showing the surrounding context. So the proposal. The owner would like to build a side addition to the present St. Mary's Spiritual Center of 600 North Packard Street. The addition will be 3 stories tall, equal in height to the existing structure, and will be built on the southwest elevation of the Spiritual Center. This is a rendering of the current proposal. Application of the guidelines. CHAP staff has applied Chapter 2 design guidelines for additions to new construction for non-contributing buildings in Baltimore. Historic Preservation Guidelines, 1.17 alterations, 2.1 guiding principle design, 2.2, 2.3, 2.45. It's kind of a lot of guidelines going on for this building. So in 1.17, excuse me, lost my place here. The addition seamlessly blends the existing buildings along North Packard Street throughout the neighborhood, while respecting the historic context and not standing out visually disruptive manner. The primary focus on is harmonizing with the row homes of 500 block of Packard Street, the existing convenient Mother Seton House, and which prominently features brickwork. 2.1. The use of the brick and facade on the front facade addition pays homage to the local architecture heritage and creates a visual continuity with the surrounding historic buildings. This addition successfully integrates on the fabric of the neighborhood without drawing too much attention to it. The side and rear elevations have a mix of materials, including the brick and fiber cement with 2 different colors. The use of the brick wrapping around the corner of the side elevations matching the style of the window pattern on the front facade. However, the introduction of the 2 sides of fiber cement colors for the transition raised some concerns. Staff believes that they do not align well with the historic fabric of the neighborhood. To address these concerns, it's recommended that they limit to the brick and 1 color of fiber cement. And to, yeah. 2.2, the applicant is replacing the existing brick wall that surrounds the building with a low-rise brick wall, retaining wall with landscaping, which you can see in comparison from the brick wall and the existing to current for the proposal. Staff agrees with this decision and feels that it will bring the context of the neighborhood within the neighborhood. Excuse me. 2.3. The proposal meets the guidelines. This proportion of solids to voids and the rhythm of the new construction responds to the existing historic building. The facade of the new construction matches with aspects of the existing building, and the proposal incorporates matching the style of windows, floor-to-floor heights, and the existing building as well as the roof lines. 2.45 roofs. The proposed roof design of the new addition includes a flat roof above the curtain wall, and the addition, I would like to see more. Staff has recommended more information just on the roof line, just to see for better understanding and clarity. Materials, the applicant has proposed are fiber cement panels in light gray and dark, custom aluminum double hung windows and curtain walls with low E glazing, and cast stone sills on the wall panels and cast stone wall caps. These materials are compatible with the guidelines. The doors and windows. The proportion and dimension of the street facing bays on the existing spiritual center were carefully considered. Each pair of windows in the bay features a 2-foot by 8-inch pier of brick on either side with a 20-inch panel of brick separating the window pairs. These portions match the existing building. So an archaeological study was done for this site. Lauren, would you mind speaking to this? Great.
Yeah, so as CHAP staff archaeologist, I had advised the applicants that there was likely archaeological potential on this site. So they did do a phase 1 investigation, did find an archaeological site, including some artifacts from the early 1700s, which is phenomenal. But they determined that the site was in a highly disturbed context and additional excavation would not be warranted, and staff concurs with their findings.
Thank you, Lauren. The neighborhood is in most agreement with the design. There is some concerns about the glazing, if it might be too reflective, as well as the colors as they be the prominent view from the park. But they are happy about the removal of that retaining wall. So analysis, CHAP staff finds the proposal in addition and modifications generally meet the guidelines. However, the staff finds a few details could be altered to fully comply with the design guidelines. 2.1, staff recommends that the stone pattern currently used on 2 of the bays on the front facade and the side facade either on one bay or all bays to either make it more consistent or create a visual focal point. 2.51, the windows. Staff feels that the windows feel kind of incomplete. The proportions are appropriate, but staff recommends either adding lintels to the windows or openings or insetting the windows on all sides. 2.52, the materials. Staff recommends that they simplify the material painting, either choosing one color. So the recommendation is that staff recommends approval for the proposal with additions and details reviewed at staff level.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Anthony from the commissioners? Okay, Anthony, thank you. We have on the list 3 individuals who would like to testify. First, I will call Al Barry.
Al Barry, be associates for the owner of the property. the Sulpician Order. We have the architect with us in case there are any questions. I'm not here to speak about the design, other than to say that the three of us don't need to speak today. We'd be glad to work with the staff on some of these design details that they're recommending in terms of the consistency, and I assume that we would do that, assume we have your approval today. If there are any questions, I would say for the order that this is an interesting program. It comes from literally the Pope, where they're encouraging certain orders around the world to have a pre-seminary residence hall. So people that might be interested in the priesthood, many of you may know that the order has St. Mary's Seminary in Roland Park. This is a standalone project that the order is under some urgency to get underway within the next year. We appreciate the staff's comments throughout this design process and hope you approve it today.
Sal, thank you, sir. Next on the list, James.
My name is James Bartlett. I'm with Ewing Cole Architects. Thank you, Commissioner, for an opportunity to speak. I'm here really just if there are any questions about the design.
I appreciate that. Commissioners, any questions? Yes, sir.
I just had one question. I commend the spacing you did with the old building and the new building, and it's inset quite a bit right there where the glass is there. Is there any intention of what that site condition is going to be about, and if there's any concern, of just people taking advantage of that kind of inset, at night or anything like that?
Well, the inset was, I should start with, when we worked with the city staff, they were very encouraging that it be a contemporary theme for the building. We met with the local neighborhood association. They wanted us to replicate the spiritual center. So they were, one wanted very historical building, the other wanted contemporary. And this is really a merging of the two ideas. And that glass strip was meant to separate the addition from the existing spiritual center. Now, when it is set back, such that it creates a clear delineation. When you reach the ground plane, there's actually a skylight there, which brings in light to a lower level, because there are social spaces in the lower level of this building. So in that sense, is the concern about security or whether or not people will walk into that reveal between the two buildings?
Yeah, I don't know what, the condition is at night, but I just know that we have interesting folk, and sometimes we, take advantage of areas that are like inset like that. I didn't realize actually there's a skylight there, so that's definitely a different condition.
Well, that's a very good point,
yeah.
and we certainly will address that. Whether we put a grill, a decorative grill across there, just to reduce access to that reveal between the two buildings.
I too appreciate the study in proportion and the fact that you're proposing a handmade brick or a molded brick instead of an extruded brick to work with the historic fabric. I do not understand like the cast stone spandrel and middle pieces between the windows. That was the part that I got lost on. I was curious if you could unpack that. It gets a little fussy. Right?
I think once again, going back to these two opposing ideas, one which is a very contemporary building, the other that is historically representative of the spiritual center. And those panels between the windows are a way of giving it a more contemporary look as opposed to having brick and just simply replicating the spiritual center. Because the proportions are identical. Those two, if you look at the spiritual center, it has two recessed bays on either side. That bay has just been replicated 3 times around the building. 2 in the front face, the second turnaround. The proportions are identical. And we feel that gives it just a small bit of personality to the addition in terms of a contemporary touch.
Nicole, go ahead. Go right ahead.
Are you basically just, are you creating a cross too? I mean, that's what it looks like.
Well, yes, we do have actually a cast stone cross on the courtyard side, but that was open to the viewer, whether or not they see a cross or not. We weren't being deliberate. We're being more subtle.
Okay, Bob.
Sorry, one more comment. I know there's probably maybe a requirement or a field to need to do 1/1 because of the historic building. I'm just wondering if there's a consideration, because that's, for the new building, it's intrinsically modern, contemporary in nature. Does it need to have a 1/1 that kind of starts to mimic the historic building, the building's window system? Could it just be a full clear window?
Well, the owners, which are the Sulpicians, requested operable windows.
Oh, yeah.
And
But that could be a casement, that could be.
It's true, it could be.
Or hopper or whatever, but I'm just curious, like, if that would maybe solidify the idea that it is a contemporary building versus a historic building.
That would be a very large casement, however, that's something we could consider.
Okay. Commissioners, any other questions? Thank you for your time. We have one more. Chase Hoffberger. You good? Okay. Anthony, can you take us to our recommendation page? Before we table a motion to the floor, commissioners, are there any conversation that we would like to have amongst each other?
I mean, I think that what we're reacting to, I completely appreciate this tension between the, how to make something, how to draw from the proportions and scale of historic without getting, and make it modern at the same time. Although there are some really excellent examples of that in built work. And I feel like that's the tension and where we are right now in this design is it's a little hard to respond to where it is. I think that it's an incredibly subtle thing. So, it appears that in the original building, the brick steps out at the top, and it appears that in the addition at the top, the brick steps in. And I'm like, well, that kind of yin-yang play is really successful. I don't know that the cast stone introduction is really successful to me because I don't understand the logic of it. It just seems maybe whimsical. So I feel like it could even be stronger if it was more of a literal or distilled version of the historic, but just really taught, which maybe ties into Kapow's conversation around whether it was a double hung window or not. Anyway, that's the tension that I feel in this design right now, and I just wanted to see if anybody else sees that as unresolved.
I agree. Yeah. I don't know that I necessarily am opposed to the introduction of the cast stone. I definitely think having some symmetry on the front facade would be good. So whether it goes to brick mullions between the windows or it goes to that cast stone section between floors, I don't know that I necessarily have a preference, but I would like to see the front facade be a bit more symmetrical. But play off of Ann's points, I really do agree about the step-in on the cornice looks good. I like that it's generally plain. The glass connector, I think, looks good, and the fact that you're getting a light well into your lower floors with that is pretty cool, too. So overall, I think it's a good design, but I tend to agree with the staff comments about trying to pick a look for the front facade. I don't know that I have strong opinions about the lintels or not, but I think the cast stone on the front should go one way or the other.
Go ahead, Ann. Go ahead.
Intrinsically, the buildings that are out there, I thought I turned it on. Thank you. Are simple buildings. And that's what I think this could benefit from, a little bit more simplification on all the elevations, because when you kind of go to the interior side, it is such a beautiful space. And of course, one of the most significant things architecturally is the interiors, the chapel right on the inside of the park. And when you're in that very kind of special building looking out, you don't want to see a patchwork of activity. It should be, it can be a clean, simple response. I don't think that that equals a weak response.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Okay. Eric, I see you writing. Is there anything you want to include in there? Or?
No, I'm just capturing
Okay.
comments.
I appreciate you. Appreciate you. 600 North Packard Street. The recommendation: staff finds that the proposal meets the CHAP design guidelines. Staff recommends approval of the proposed plans with final details to come to staff for approval. Do I have a motion for the recommendation? Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Do I have any opposed? Any abstain? The ayes have it. Thank you. So we're reaching our 3 o'clock hour. I want us to take a 5-minute recess, and then we will reconvene at, I'll say 3:01. Let's do 3:01. Okay? Thanks. Okay, thank you and welcome back. We're now going to look at 221 West Franklin Street, Howard Street Commercial Historical District. The request is a concept review, construction of a 7-story apartment building. The applicant, is Gila Franklin LLC, and our staff presenting for us today is Stacy.
Good afternoon, commissioners. And I just like Lauren, we saw this item last month with some slight alterations. So I'm going to go quickly through some of the background because we did just look at this site. This is the Howard Street Commercial Historic District, which is where the site is located. And if you'll give me a minute here, it's roughly bounded by, it runs along the 400 block of North Howard Street and the 400 block on the west side of 400 block of Park Avenue, and includes Tyson Street. And the site is located at the north end of Howard Street at the corner of Howard and Franklin. And you see right now in this visual that there's a building on there. That site does not exist. There were historic buildings here that were demolished over time. And so there's nothing on that site right now. So here's a current aerial of the site. You can also see the boundary of the district in red here. This is generally a historic district of modestly scaled historic buildings that date from the 19th and 20th century with a wide variety of architecture, but there are taller buildings within the district, but there's also a one-story, but a very tall one-story building adjacent to this site. So there's a lot of different scaled buildings and a lot of different styles. As I just want to go back, that this, well, some of the photos of the district show we've got even like a Spanish style building in here. And across the street from the site is the St. James Place, which is a 5-story Chicago style building. And the commission a couple of years ago approved a black brick addition to it, which you can see in this photo just across the street there. And then we also have kind of top right of the word site is the Hotel Kernan, which is a 7 or 8 story taller building here. So that's outside of the district, but it is a designated landmark. The Mayfair Theater is there, and we've approved new construction in that vacant lot that had a historic building that fell down. We've approved new construction in that site. And then there's new construction on the other side of West Franklin Street from this site that's not in a historic district, but is very contemporary new construction. So there are taller buildings just outside the district. And actually, at the top left of this slide is a building that is within the historic district. It's a building that fronts on Tyson Street. It is a brick building that is in the alleys that is going to be part of another development that's happening at Park and Mulberry Street. And there is an approved 5-story building at Park and Mulberry Street that hasn't been constructed yet. So here's the site again. And again, you can see these taller buildings to the north of the site, and at the bottom right is that taller kind of middle of the block building. We can talk about that one day. This is the site right now. Okay, this is the site from the north, and so again we can see these kind of taller buildings in the foreground. And this is the St. James Place apartment building with the addition that was approved a few years ago. And then this is a site showing the very tall 1-story building right next door. Right. And then this is the lot. You can see again, other tall buildings in the distance. All right, so let's get to the background. There's an extensive background here, but in the end, in July of 2020 was the last emergency demolition notice that was posted for the last building that stood on the site. And since that time, the commission has reviewed, back in October of 2020, we reviewed a 5-story apartment building for this site, and the commission approved it. It came in 2021 for some modifications of the building material. Some of the brick was replaced with cementitious panels, and it was all the way into permits. In August of 2022, an authorization to proceed was issued for the construction of a building that would look something like this. But in March of 2023, the development team came to us and they had determined that they couldn't use the basement as they had intended for apartment units. And so they requested to revise the plans to include instead 2 additional stories on top and to also alter the materials more to remove more of the brick on the building. And then in last month, May of 2023, the 7-story proposal was initially presented to the commission. The commission requested the applicant return for a concept hearing with the new height and a more cohesive design. So again, this was the last design that was approved, received an authorization to proceed. Here, 5-story building, predominantly brick, with some cementitious panel on the upper stories. All right. Okay, so today the applicant is proposing to construct a 7-story apartment building on this site at the corner of Howard and Franklin Street. It would be an 81-foot tall apartment building that covers the entire lot from Tyson to Howard and runs west along Franklin Street. At the corner of Howard and Franklin Street, black brick columns run to the cornice, which is above the 6th story, with white cementitious panels used for the 7th story. Gray cementitious panels surround the windows between the brick columns. The brick columns give the building some depth and shadow. On the West Franklin Street, sorry, I'll move to, oh, we can't see it there. All right, on the West Franklin Street elevation or facade, there's 6-story sections of darker cementitious siding and then some white cementitious siding in between. The building has a tall first floor with a suspended metal canopies. Those are over both the North Howard Street and Franklin Street entrances, and a dentiled PVC cornice that projects from the 6th story at the corner of Howard and Franklin Street. There's a lower, simpler cornice above the 2nd story on West Franklin Street that is sort of further east on the building, and I'll show images of all of this. The entry bay on West Franklin Street bisects that elevation, and then there's a little bit of brick that still remains on that Franklin Street elevation. And there on the south elevation, it's no windows because it is a party wall, so that we'll see that as well. We'll discuss all that. So this is a rendering looking from Tyson Street, which is the alley that runs behind it along West Franklin Street here. You can see the majority of this is cementitious panel. This is the West Franklin Street elevation. You can see the entry with the canopy. You can see where the brick stops, where it turns the corner at Franklin and Howard, and then cementitious panel on most of it, with the exception of a 2-story panel of brick sort of in the middle of that 6-story bay. And this is just looking on North Howard Street. So we can see that it's about 76 feet on North Howard Street. You can see that next to the existing building, just to get an idea of height, and there's a few more measurements. The building next to it is 21 feet tall. That 1-story building is 21 feet tall. And then this is from Tyson Street, where it's taller. It's about 80 feet there. And then this is you would never see this fully because of the other buildings that would be in the way, but this is a rendering of the south elevation. It's on the party line, so there's no windows in that. And the commission did ask for some study of the heights and some comparison of the previously approved project that's shown below, the 5-story building that kind of steps right up. And then here you can see on the top image the current proposal with the line of the height of the cornice of the 3-story building. The majority of the buildings on this side of the block are 3-story, with the exception of the neighbor, and then the building at the very south end. And then you can see the building across the street that, as I said, is not in the historic district, but is about 77 feet tall. And then this shows facing south on Howard Street. You can see the St. James Place apartment building across the street. For context, the 2 cornices line up, and then the 7th story of this building projects above that. And then you can also see the brick building that I discussed that's on Tyson Street that is in the historic district, and that sort of, there's not a specific measurement here, but that sort of aligns with the top of the 6th story here. And then again, this is showing the previously approved project on the bottom and then the new scheme on the top. And then the view down South Howard Street, the current scheme on the top and the previously approved scheme on the bottom. So there is a substantial height change. And then just the rendering of the proposal from the rear. All right. And then this is looking up Howard Street towards the Mayfair Theater. And you can see the new construction that was approved. That dark gray brick on the left was previously approved as an addition to the St. James Place building. All right. So the application of the design guidelines. Staff applied, let's see, Chapter 2 of the Historic Preservation Design Guidelines in our review. So give me 1 minute here. Okay. So these are the guidelines, section 2.1, guiding principles for new design. All right, so the surrounding buildings are characterized by masonry, predominantly brick construction, with the first floor storefronts, multi-light windows, and decorative cornices. At the Howard and Franklin Street, at the corner of Howard and Franklin Street, the proposed apartment building is 6 stories of black brick with brick detailing and 1 story of white cementitious panel. On West Franklin Street, the proposal is to use white and black cementitious paneling with a small section of brick. The use of brick as a building material and a decorative element is consistent with other buildings on the block. The use of black cementitious siding makes the building more contemporary, as our guidelines ask for. All right, so then staff also applied section 2.2 of the design guidelines, which are here. And so the proposal meets these guidelines. The design addresses both publicly facing visible facades. There's really an emphasis on the corner. And so we've, since the initial design of this building many years ago, we've really wanted to place a heavy emphasis on the corner at Howard and Franklin. That's a very significant corner. And so by carrying the brick piers all the way up to the 6th story, that places that emphasis on this corner, and newer materials move down Franklin Street. And staff applied design guidelines 2.3, scale and form, which is seen here. The proposal partially meets these guidelines. Sorry, I'm gonna switch slides over here. The Howard Street Commercial Historic District is characterized by commercial buildings of a variety of sizes and architectural styles. The 7th-story is taller than other buildings on the block, which are generally 3 stories, but the building right next to it is only 21 feet or 22 feet tall. But there are 2 5-story buildings on the west side of Howard Street, also at the end of the group across the street, that's St. James Place apartment building. And then there are also taller buildings on the north side of West Franklin Street. Again, they're out of the historic district, but several of them are historic buildings, the Mayfair Theater, the Hotel Kernan at 306 West Franklin Street. And the floor-to-floor heights really vary on the block just because these buildings have been, it's not one row of consistently constructed buildings. They represent building construction from different time periods. So the proposal does meet that guideline. But part of this request, the applicant was also asked to to provide a study of the heights or to show similar buildings of that height in the area. And as I said, there's one building in the district that's across Tyson Street that is similar in height per the study, but the majority of the taller buildings are just north of the district. So, all right. And then staff applied design guidelines 2.5.2 materials, which are seen here. And this is a rendering that shows the location of brick being used on the building. Brick is, as I said, the predominant building material on the block. However, there are other masonry buildings on the block, and there are some with all wood storefronts. So the proposed building is proposed to be clad predominantly in black brick on the first 6 stories of the corner of Howard and Franklin Street, and 2 stories of a portion, as you can see, a portion of that West Franklin Street. In contrast, most of West Franklin Street is really proposed to be 2 colors of cementitious panel with some detailing included in that. But staff believes that this meets the design guidelines. All right, so neighborhood comments. So I received very little neighborhood comments until yesterday, but I did upload those comments on the Wix site and have some mixed reviews. So received testimony from Downtown Partnership of Baltimore and the Baltimore Development Corporation, neither of which expressed Baltimore Development Corporation expressed full support for this proposal. The the downtown partnership was okay with the height, but you may see two letters from the current, from Bromo Arts District and downtown partnership, and also from the current space. Their concern, and it relates to our materials, but I'm not sure it's totally within our purview. There's some concern about the current space, which is that small building right next door to it, hosts a lot of events. And they have music, and they have received noise complaints from the new building across the street, but not from neighboring brick buildings. So they have some concerns that the materials that are used might, without proper soundproofing, that the sound that comes from their events might negatively impact the users. So they might receive complaints, and they think that that could be problematic for their programming there. So that's a concern that they have. The Bromo Arts District and the current space also had some concerns about height. While they were in support of that 5-story building. They're concerned that the taller building might impact their light and use of that space, might create more shadow, and generally just make it a little bit more difficult to get light into the space. So like I said, those letters are up on the WIC site. We did also receive some testimony from the Market Center CDC, which is now excitedly going to function as the architectural review committee for our 2 historic districts on the west side in the larger Market Center National Register District. And they had some comments really about the design, some comments about the design. They really preferred the 5-story, one of the 2, there's 2 people, Ken Kupfer, who's an architect. He had some very specific design comments, but generally was more supportive of the 5-story, but potentially thought 6 might be appropriate, and had some more specific design elements. But again, this is a concept review, so certainly some of the design considerations could be incorporated into the final review. And one of the other concerns he expressed is just the squat look of the floor-to-floor heights, and wanted some more study of that. And then just some, the other person who made comments on the design also had some questions about the window and door entry heights, that given the scale of the building, that maybe they needed, the entry should be larger, and just some distinguishing of the retail window elements from the residential elements, and maybe introducing something green or something like that to kind of show where there's residential versus commercial uses, and just really addressing that south wall that would be viewed from the current space, making that less looming. All right. So the staff recommendation. Staff recommends approval of the proposed design of the 7-story apartment building because it finds, at least at the concept level, that it meets the CHAP design guidelines.
So Stacy, thank you. Stacy, Commissioners, do you have any questions for Stacy? Yes, ma'am.
How is parking being accommodated? Are any of those floors parking decks? Or?
No, and you can ask that. You can ask the applicant about that.
Any other commissioners have any questions for Stacy? Okay, Stacy, thank you so much.
All right.
Stacy, the applicant, are they here?
Yes, and the applicant and the architect can speak if there are questions.
Okay,
for
would
them.
you like that? Yeah, okay.
All right.
Please allow them to come forward. How you doing?
Doing well, how are you?
I'm doing good. Please feel free to state your full name.
Sure thing. David Marcosi with CI Design Architecture, the architect of record.
Thank you.
So the question I had was how parking is meant to be accommodated. Are there going to be parking decks inside the building, or what is the plan for that?
Right. There are no intended parking decks within the building. We do not have a parking requirement. However, the owner does have control of the parking lot behind the site.
Go ahead, Gary.
Control of the parking lot behind?
Yes.
How many spaces?
That I'm not knowledgeable of. Do not know. Yeah, there are no current parking requirements for the site.
Okay. Any other commissioners? Okay, thank you, David.
Sure thing, thank you.
Looking at our list, David, you were the only one to testify, so you're good. I would like now to bring this to the table so we can have a conversation amongst us. For 2021 West Franklin Street, the concept review, construction of a 7-story building. Commissioners, do you have any conversation that you'd like to have amongst us? Yes, ma'am.
It appears that we're in the Howard Street Commercial Historic District. So looking at the parameters outlined for the district, how are we approving a 7-story building versus the maximum that I'm seeing is a 4-story?
So there are other taller buildings in there, but I have two reasons. That there are taller historically designated buildings that are right north of there, and this is an urban downtown context where there would be variety in the building height. So that's why staff feels comfortable with this height.
Could you show the diagram?
Sure, I'm happy to.
Because I think that one thing that's deceiving about this is just being familiar with the area. A thing that's deceiving about this diagram is that the parking lot to the north, that's behind the buildings that are on the 500 block of Park Avenue, that is owned by the people that developed 500 Park Avenue, and their intention is to bring, I think, similarly scaled housing on market rate housing online when they're ready. And then the red side of the street on the west side of Franklin, over where the Congress is and the Mayfair, is already been approved for Zalco to put a building that's probably 5 or 6 stories tall. So this specific corner is this kind of Howard and Franklin is abnormally tall relative to the block. That's just something that I was absorbing as I was looking at these diagrams today.
Okay, Peter, go right ahead.
But just back to your question, Commissioner Battle, like, there's an existing overlay in that area that restricts height limitations? No. I'm sorry, I didn't know what you were.
No, I think she was just asking about the context of the
Okay.
historic district.
Got it.
Yeah, and I would say generally, if this were in a different location, a neighborhood where everything was, where it wasn't downtown, where it was, a row of, all row houses built at the same time, and then they wanted to, I would have a different opinion. It's based on this specific site context that I feel that it could be appropriate.
And then what about the property, that smaller property that's in between those two buildings?
Yes, they have, and so, again, I wasn't aware of their concerns until yesterday afternoon. So, but I still feel like it's appropriate. But if the commission feels differently, I think also some work to make that south facade that faces their site, that there needs to be a relationship between those two that's sort of outside of, but something to soften that large, it's going to be a large blank wall, and there's some things that they, some programming, it's my understanding that there was some programming that they, maybe project films up there, but there's also mention of being able to put like a mural or something like that on there, or greening it. Like there are lots of opportunities to hopefully, or, make that, not such a solid mass, but put different colored panels, something, there's lots of options to kind of make it, if it's going to be so visible, to make it something that's more interesting. But that's, there are a variety of options.
I just wanted to chime in. The height of it, I don't have any concerns with. I think it looks pretty good with the scale of development that's going on down there, and the additional documentation they provided with us with the perspective views and all that. I think were really helpful in trying to visualize this building on the site. My comments would be just on the material of it again. Trying to get as much brick as possible, especially on that front corner like staff had recommended last time. And the suggestion to try to come up with something to make that blank wall a little bit more interesting would be good. But overall, I'm in support of the project.
Gotcha. Thank you, Peter. Go right ahead. Go ahead.
I think the height and massing is fine. Where I'm a little bit troubled. I don't mind the simplicity, but I do have, I guess, questions and concerns, or probably more concerns about the materiality, but more so about the entrance on Franklin Street. It's a little underwhelming for me. And actually how the materials meet. I don't know if that was purposeful, that it's more like a jigsaw. I don't know how else to describe it, but I would say give a little bit more prominence to that particular entrance, especially because you have the ones that are on Howard Street. They're actually given the same significance, and I do think Franklin deserves a little bit more, finesse than the other elevations. So that would be my one comment, is to just kind of go back and revisit the materiality a little bit and where you're placing it, but also that entrance.
Great, great. And Eric wrote that down too for staff to consider. Stacy, I was just gonna ask, can you take us back to our recommendation page?
Yes.
Before we put the motion on the floor, commissioners, is there any more conversation you'd like to have? Okay. Staff recommends approval of the proposed design for the 7-story apartment building at 221 West Franklin Street. Do I have anyone who'd like to approve the recommendation?
So moved.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any abstain? The ayes have it. Okay, we're moving along. 5606 Wildwood Lane, Mount Washington Historic District. The request, construction 1-story single-family house, and the applicant is Mary Wagner, and the staff is Mr. Eddy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, commissioners. We have 5606 Wildwood Lane in the Mount Washington Historic District. The applicant is Mary Wagner, constructed 1-story single-family house. The subdivision occurred on the site in 2007 to create the lot. There's never been any construction on this particular lot in the Mount Washington District. It was part of a larger estate building that was constructed after the Civil War. The applicant proposes to construct a 1-story single-family house on an undeveloped lot that was part of an estate of 5604 Wildwood Lane. The intention is for it to be a simple barn-like structure. The surrounding houses were the influence for the roof shape and details found on the new house. The exterior of the house will be sheathed in board and batten siding with cedar shake siding on a lower batten level. It will have a high-pitched roof covered with a metal standing seam. The front and side elevations will have wood deck porch and railings, French doors, wood front door entry, double hung wood windows on each elevation, hardy board panels, and picture windows in the porch side upper elevation. Staff applied guidelines, chapters 2.1, guiding principles for new design, 2.2, site design, and 2.3, scale and form. This is I'll go back to that last slide. This is the site here in Mount Washington. It's at the southern end, almost, of the Mount Washington Historic District in the wooded central area. The site is here. It will be accessed through a singular driveway it shares with 5604. The main house, seen there in the left. This is the view from Wildwood Lane itself. The road is in, sadly, deep state of disrepair. And if you've been through there, you would see and get jostled. The lot is located here on what was originally in this lot line view, historic view from the Sanborns from the 1950s. The site is located here. It'll be accessed directly by a pathway leading down to Wildwood Lane, but also have access off the driveway. It is a simple 1-story house with a pitched roof on a raised, elevated, because of topography, base. And we'll have a side porch railing, which will face mostly toward the south. The view from the other side. The side elevations, the side with the porch will have French doors and additional glass for light and ventilation. Thank you, commissioners. I don't know how this one got out of place. Mount Washington Improvement Association Architectural Review Committee reviewed the plans and supports the design. Community appreciates the small house design for its Victorian character and feels that the design complements the special aesthetic found in the historic district. Staff believes the applicant's proposal meets the design guidelines for new construction and will have no adverse effect on the historic character of the district. Recommendation approval of new construction of a new single-family home and return to staff for final review. Thank you. Any questions, commissioners? The architect who designed this and owns the property is in Hawaii, so.
And there's no one signed up to speak, so.
Yes.
You may not have the answer to this, but I saw on the site plan, it says no existing trees will be removed. Just from looking at the site, the imagery, that seems a little unlikely. I just was curious if they did a survey, if they can just confirm that statement.
Yeah, we can certainly ask. There is a portion in the area of that site that is less wooded. It's mostly brush.
Yeah, but just like the construction, it seems like there's going to be some impacts.
There might be some disturbance.
Eddie, thank you.
I don't believe anyone's here to speak.
Just about to ask you, because we don't have anybody on our list, so thank
Yes.
you. We are on our recommendation page. Commissioners, before we put the recommendation as a motion on the floor, do we have any conversation we'd like to have amongst each other? Okay. The staff recommendation, approval of new construction of a single-family home and return to staff for final review for 5606 Wildwood Lane. Motion is on the floor. Do I have a person who'd like to put that forward?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain? The ayes have it. Eddie, thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Okay. The final piece of our agenda, 110 East Baltimore Street, Jonestown Historic District, requests demolition hearing 2, demolition of substantial hardship. The applicant is the Help Up Mission, Inc., which is also the contract purchaser, and our leader, Eric, will be the person who will give us a staff update.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, folks in the audience. It's my third time up here talking about 1100 East Baltimore Street, so I'm going to summarize some of this stuff here that we have here. It's a demolition request. We're on demolition hearing 2, determination of substantial hardship. And we all know where it's located in the Jonestown Historic District. These are areas here. This is where it currently looks from the bird's eye view. Again, looking at it, looking west and looking south. In the background, we all know the background. One of the things we could say, the background, it went through, I would say, 6 CHAP hearings, and at the end of the day, CHAP approved the partial demolition of the building. And in August 15th, 2018, we issued an ATP, and DHCD approved the demolition permit. And then in September of that day, September of that year, we issued an ATP for the construction of that 5-story apartment building. I also want to just slow down real quick and look at the code enforcement history here. May 13, 2013, there was a vacant building notice placed on this property. And between May 3rd, 2013 and January 14th, 2022, this building's been inspected 59 times, most of which the inspector determined that the owner failed to abate the vacant building notice. So there is a long list of code enforcement activity. And also just to say that on February 9th, 2023, we asked Deputy Commissioner Eric Uttenreither, Assistant Commissioner for Demolition, to evaluate the structure, the engineer's report, and he concurred with the findings, even though he did not find this a health and safety issue at the time. Looking at the proposal, we know what it is. Just quickly, what we're trying to do today is we will determine whether the demolition is necessary to avoid a substantial hardship. Will the denial of the permit would result in no reasonable beneficial use of the historic structure, and demolition will continue constitute a substantial detriment to the public welfare, and whether demolition will be without substantial derogation to the intents and purposes of Article 6 of the City Code. And the commission may consider the following among other case-specific factors: the historic and architectural value of the structure, the general design, the location and visibility of the structure, the structural stability, hazardous conditions, health and public safety issues, code enforcement history, and previous commission actions regarding the structure. And if you have any questions with that, we could always go back and take a look at that. Just a quick what this building was: 1892, 1915 to 1920, Hendler facade in 2017. And now looking at the analysis of the existing conditions, and I just wanted to say, to emphasize that most of this report will be looking at the existing conditions of this structure. We'll be looking to see if this structure is salvageable or not, if this structure is deteriorated beyond repair. So looking at the engineer's report that was provided by the applicant, he summarized this following conclusions: that the mortar is in moderate and poor condition. The interior surface of the walls is constructed as soft brick and is deteriorating rapidly and has deteriorated. There's cut-off iron beams that stick out of the interior walls and have swelled with pack rust. The steel lintels, too, have swelled with pack rust and are actively stressing on the building. That's all on the inside of the wall. Portions of the concrete upper floor are still embedded into the wall and are allowing water infiltration and stress. The outer wall, you see efflorescence. It indicates the water infiltration. A significant amount of brick has significantly deteriorated, and the tops of the walls have no cap, and open window openings have allowed for water infiltration. This has allowed for water infiltration for pretty much the past 5 years. Also keep on looking at it. The interior surface, there's numerous open joints, open beam pockets, ledges that have allowed for water infiltration. Soft burned brick has become saturated. And there is noticeable lean on the upper portion of the south facade and west facade. There are numerous cracks through the structure. Some of the arched openings have cracks. So that's sort of what the existing conditions look like. And we get to see, these are some of the pictures. I won't spend too much time on it because I'm sure the engineer is here with his assessment. And here's some other pictures here showing the conditions. And just another picture showing the condition of the building as it is today. I also wanted to look at the safety concerns, and we can look at that. There are current public safety concerns as stated by the engineer's report. Even with the bracing, the engineer was concerned that the structure can collapse, or portions of the structure can collapse at any time. There is no feasible way that I can see, and after talking with the engineer and other folks, to provide a safe work environment for the workers to conduct any rehabilitation work. And there's really no feasible way to provide a safe work environment for workers to clear out the interior portions of the site. So, and we looked at sort of the financial concerns. We were given several numbers. The current property is assessed at $1.5 million or close to that. Sales price is currently being negotiated This property is a part of a land disposition agreement between the current owner and the city of Baltimore. The LDA includes provisions that affect the value of the property. And because of this, and because they're on ongoing negotiation, the final sales price is still in negotiation. So that may come up in conversation. Reconstruction and bracing of the south facade. This came from Southway Builders, $1.9 million, and engineering fees was $452,000. Cost of demolition is approximately about $1,800, and we could verify those numbers with the applicant. So $2.4 million, that's sort of if we wanted to reconstruct the south facade, because right now we're assuming that this building cannot be preserved or restored in any way, but if we wanted to recreate or reconstruct the south facade, it would cost approximately $2.4 million. Analysis conclusion, preventing demolition is a substantial hardship on the applicant because I'm assuming it is not technically feasible to repair the structure. How can you fix something that's broke beyond repair? Safety concerns is also a paramount concern and would prevent any rehabilitation work. Since reconstruction is the only option and reconstruction is not preservation, this treatment is not warranted. I don't think that we are the Reconstruction Commission. We can require it in certain circumstances, but I think at this one right now, I don't know if I would want to require reconstruction, or I would advocate for that. Demolition is not a detriment to the public welfare because the current condition included the bracing and the safety issues related to its advanced state of deterioration is a detriment to the public welfare. And demolition is not a substantial derogation to the intents and purposes of Article 6 of the City Code because the current code presumes that preservation of a building is an option. I think what we have in front of us today is to determine if there is an option to rehabilitate this building. Is it technically feasible? Neighborhood comments, let's make sure I got this updated. We have received support letters for demolition from the Architectural Review Committee, the McKim Free School, the Ronald McDonald House, the Jewish Museum, and 2 residents of the neighborhood. And we have received 5 letters that I think that is up, and I've been getting letters all throughout yesterday and today. That's why I'm trying to make sure this is current. 5 letters of opposition. I believe I gave you copies of all those 5 letters of opposition, and we also placed that on the WIC site. So the recommendation here, staff just doesn't, I just don't believe that this building can be rehabilitated. That's the bottom line. And with that in mind, recommendation is the following: preventing demolition is a substantial hardship. Demolition is not a detriment to public welfare, as we stated earlier, and demolition is not a substantial derogation to the intents and purposes of Article 6. I would also recommend, and this may be, no matter which way we go with our determination, I would recommend that the applicant work with CHAP staff to identify key architectural detailings from the existing structure for removal and reuse in a marker / kind of monument for the building. And because of the significant code history, I would suggest that staff will request that the law department provide this commission with a report with the options that we have regarding demolition by neglect by the current owner. What we all know that this building deteriorated. What are our options to about that? Is there any questions?
I have a question.
Sure.
I see in here a CV for Matt Daw of SGH, a structural engineer.
Correct.
But I don't see a report. Was
He
he able to evaluate the structure?
He did not provide a report that came from Mr. Pensig, but Mr. Dahl, I do believe, is in the audience, and he will be testifying.
I don't see him.
Okay.
Any other commissioners have any questions for Eric? Okay. Eric, thank you. Right now, we have a total of 10 people who would like to testify. I just want to reiterate the just rules of engagement. You get 3 minutes to speak. If I do this, you got 30 seconds left. After the 30 seconds, we ask that you sit down and allow the next person to be called up so that they get their 3 minutes to review.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yes,
but-
ma'am.
But I did have a question
Sure
for Eric.
thing.
It took me a minute to remember. We have estimates for restoration of the south facade only. Is there a particular reason? Reconstruction. Okay, so we're just using that as representative of the extant 3 facades. Why is it just of the south? Okay, yeah.
I'll follow my own rules here.
If you could explain that a bit, I would appreciate it.
Eric Holcomb, Executive Director. Yeah, I do believe that the idea would be that the south facade, of course, is the most historically and architecturally significant piece of that building. So that would be the one that, if there was a way to, if reconstruction was the appropriate treatment, then that would be the facade to reconstruct.
Eric? If the south side was reconstructed, what would be the product?
If the south facade was reconstructed, the proposal that was given to us, it would be a facade, and then there would be bracing on the interior.
So it would be a wall of one?
A wall of one with bracing.
With bracing?
I do believe that's correct.
With no incorporation in any other usable structure?
That's correct.
Thank you. Any other commissioners? Okay. Thank you, Eric. I'm gonna, hold on one second. I have a list of people, I'm gonna go down the names. Let's see. First, we have Fred. Eric, I apologize. The applicant, please. I apologize. Come right on up. Full name? Yeah.
Alyssa Domsel with Ballard's Bar on behalf of Helping Up Mission, the applicant. Mr. Chair, good afternoon, members of the commission, thank you. As Mr. Holcomb mentioned, this is our 3rd time here, and this matter has now been open before the commission for about 3 months. The commission first voted 8-3 on March 14th to approve the authorization to proceed because the building had lost its historical value. Due to a technological glitch in the video recording, we returned for a second Demo 1 hearing on May 9th, where the commission reversed its earlier finding and voted that the building retained its historical significance. We requested that a Demo 2 hearing be heard on the same day, which the commission opted not to. We've heard from several commissioners over time that structural stability is only an appropriate topic for a Demo 2 hearing, and so here we are. Each time we've been here, we have told a consistent message. The walls cannot be preserved because they are not structurally sound and pose an ongoing safety hazard. Mr. Rocky's report in the record notes the following: that there is a noticeable lean to the upper section of the south facade, that the facades have deteriorated to the point where they are a safety hazard even with the steel bracing because they lack the structural integrity to span vertically between the horizontal supports. Because of that, portions of the wall could collapse at any time, posing a serious risk to drivers and pedestrians on Baltimore Street. You've heard from the community regarding their urgent desire to see this site restored to a safe condition. You heard from Jonestown residents Jeff Rogers and Lindsay Thompson. These are all in the letters, which should be in the record in your Wix file, who said that it is time to move on and that the facade has deteriorated to the point of concern for safety. You heard from Jonestown resident and Helping Up Mission alum James Hill, who sees the crumbling bricks of the property every day and hopes that the land can be used for increased therapeutic value to Helping Up Mission residents. You heard similar stories from community institutions, the Jewish Museum of Maryland, the Ronald McDonald House Charities, and the McKim Center. We all know that this is an unfortunate situation, which Helping Up Mission did not create. Members of the commission and even the opponents agree on that point. But this is the situation we find ourselves in, and Helping Up Mission is the one stepping up. The commission has requested additional information, as Mr. Holcomb said, about preservation and reconstruction options and preliminary budgets, which we're happy to present. Regarding preservation, you will again hear from Mr. Rocky of Century Engineering on 3 scenarios that he has analyzed to preserve the south facade, each of which has proved infeasible. Regarding reconstruction, you will hear from Tom Stone, Helping Up Mission's Director of Facilities, and Dan Stoltzfus, the Helping Up Mission's CEO, that reconstruction would cost an astronomical sum, again, as you just heard from Mr. Holcomb, just to create a replica of an old wall with virtually all new materials. What's more, as you will hear, the replica would need to be fenced and buttressed, making a large portion of the property behind the wall totally unusable. We've analyzed these scenarios because we were asked to by the commission. But at the end of the day, our message is consistent. The structure is not sound and is a safety hazard, and we readily meet the applicable standards for the commission to approve an authorization to proceed. You'll now hear from Bill Rocky of Century Engineering. Point of clarity that he will have 10 minutes consistent with expert testimony in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bill Rocky, come right on up. Thank you, Ms. Alyssa.
Thank you. My name is Bill Rocky. I'm with Century Engineering. I'm licensed structural engineer in Maryland. This, as Alyssa said, this is our 3rd time here, so I won't reiterate our report. You've had it now for 3 or 4 months, and you're certainly familiar with it. There are a few things I just wanted to touch base on, in particular with the south wall. A casual walk down the street, which any of us can do, you'll look at that wall and you'll say, gee, that really doesn't look too bad. It's got a little efflorescence, does have a lot of brick that had been sandblasted, which has basically ruined the brick. There are problems with spalling, some flaking areas, some cracks. But a casual, as I say, a casual walk down the street, you think the wall's okay. The problem is on the back, and that's where most of our concerns are. Eric, are the pictures we sent in here?
Go to the end. They should be right after this.
Oh, those are for Dan's. Let me go through
Okay.
these.
Sorry, no, those are.
Oops.
There was a separate one for,
Hold on, let me pull that up.
thanks.
All right. In the interest of time, I'll just keep going. The back sides of the wall, the interior side of the south facade, has areas of salmon brick. You have cracks, you have rusted lintels, embedded steel beams with pack rust that are swelling. You have areas of weakened mortar. There are areas of flaking and spalling brick. The back of the wall is so disjointed from building additions over the years. And
Bill, do you know, I'm so sorry. Bill, do you know what your presentation was called?
I had just sent 6 pictures loose.
Okay.
Yeah,
Are they at the end of that
I just
presentation?
sent those to you. They're in your email.
We'll get to it.
Okay, all right, we'll get
By all means, continue. When the pictures come up, we'll put them on the screen.
Okay, so the problem is the back of the wall is really the structural part of the wall, and that's the part of the wall that has 90% of the problems. And so we have looked at these 3 scenarios for the Helping Up mission. There is, in any of these scenarios, there's safety that we have concerns about for the workers. To do any of these things, you will have to remove some of this bracing and leave portions of the wall literally swinging in the breeze, and that can risk of collapse. The first option we considered was, well, let's just leave the south bracing there. And that's really not an option. First of all, it looks terrible. I think everybody would agree to that. It's in a public right-of-way. You lose the use of the sidewalk. And it is just simply not designed for a long-term exposure. We don't see that being a viable option. And it really does nothing to preserve the building. You still have the deteriorated back portion of the wall, and that will just continue to deteriorate. The other option is to, well, let's build a new interior support wall. Okay, so one of the problems with that is if you took the bracing off, if you imagine this is the wall, here's the ground, here's Baltimore Street, here's the bracing that exists today. And if you take that bracing off, what you have is a wall that's swinging in the breeze. That wall is made of unreinforced masonry. It has no strength to resist wind pressure. So when the wind attacks the wall will want to fall over. That's why the bracing's there. And so to take the bracing off, and to do this, to build an interior wall, you have to literally take off the bracing on the north side. You have to remove the bad materials. You have to reconstruct the bad materials with, you have to reconstruct it with new materials. And you have to hope the whole time you're doing this that the 4 inches of brick that you see on the south side doesn't collapse. It's impossible. It won't work. If you left the existing rear of the wall in place, there we go. Okay, go ahead, advance. Keep going. There we go. Okay, so there's many areas where so that horizontal bracing you would have to remove in sections, leave the rest of the wall waving in the breeze. You have to take the back of the wall off, leave 4 inches of brick, which is the facade facing Baltimore Street. Then you have to reconstruct that with new masonry, tie it all together, hope it doesn't fall over in the process. And it's just infeasible to do from construction and safety perspectives. So the third option we looked at was, what if we put buttresses behind the wall and use those to support the wall and take down the bracing on the south side, make it go away? So by what we're doing in that plan, again, if this booklet represents the wall, we would be putting buttresses behind the wall like this, and those buttresses are designed to resist the wind force and seismic loads. So what happens is when the wind blows this way, the wall wants to tilt and it wants to try to pick up the end of the buttress. And then transversely, when it moves this way, it wants to try to pick up the front of the buttress. And so those buttresses have to have real significant foundations. And that's included in the cost estimate that Mr. Stone will present. To really do it right and to eliminate the structural uncertainties of this wall and the deteriorated areas, what we have recommended is you take the wall, you document the wall, you take it down to the ground, rebuild the foundations, put in the correct foundations, build buttresses, build a new structural wall, and then put the facade back on it as a reconstructed entity. Once you do that, then you have a safe, code-compliant wall that you can hang your hat on and that will have some durability. Just kind of some other practical matters with the wall. If you did the buttress, you'd take up about 40 feet of the property. It would have to be fenced because it's basically unusable space.
Got 1 minute left.
Okay. And you wouldn't have, becomes a maintenance problem. And like anything that's fenced in the city, and the simple reality of it is it becomes a trash collection device. And it has to be maintained, cleaned, grass mowed if it's mowed, paving, kept it clean. It's a continual maintenance problem. And that's something that's not tenable for the mission. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Hold on 1 second. We're going to do this way. You mentioned Mr. Tom Stone. Am I correct?
Yes.
I'm going to allow him to come up and speak. He's next. Of course I will. Yeah, thank you so much. So we're going to get to Tom. Before he sits down, commissioners, do you have any questions? Okay, great. Tom, can you come up? Thanks.
Hi, my name is Tom Stone with Helping Up Mission. I'm a Director of Facilities. I put together some pricing for a project that's been spoken about. They have demolition costs, reconstruction of foundations, and then rebuilding of a structure to appear as the old, but it's all new materials. We have an allowance in the budget for some salvage of historic architectural features, but it's limited. As Bill Rocky explained, the way it would work if we were to move forward with it, the demolition would take place of the front south wall. The other two walls would come down as well. All the cavities from the basements would be filled in, giving access to rebuild the wall. But the wall, again, will be constructed with all new materials. And at the end of the day, you'd have a replica as close as you could, but without using the original facade material. In Bill's original report, he only had 10% potentially of recycled materials that would be able to be reused. So the pricing for it, I want to correct that too. I think there was a number thrown out about $2 million for the restoration or to the rebuild. So the actual cost is $5.7 million. 1.8 million of that is for demolition with some salvage of materials. And basically, we're looking at possibly three of the main features on the building is the eagle finial on the top, and you have basically two busts on the left and right-hand side, facial busts of, I guess it's some type of a theatrical figure. And then 1.9 million for reconstruction using new materials, and then $1.5 million for new foundation. The old foundation would have to come out because it doesn't have the structural capacity for lift and wind shear. So that would have to come out, and that would be an auger pile type foundation with grade beams. And then $452,000 for engineering services. There's no contingency in that number. This is a really basic number. If we really were to put this together and get hard bids on it with structural background and architectural engineering drawings, it would be a lot more expensive. This is a good estimate for a budget number only. So any questions on that for?
I'd like to cross-examine Mr. Stone, please.
For the third time, I promise I'll let you speak. But I want to give him the opportunity to finish, and I also want to give him the opportunity to receive questions from the commission.
What would be the end product of your $5 million reconstruction?
So what you would see is a wall, the height and width are the same, and roughly the same thickness with the architectural features that are there now, arches and things that you see now, but all recreated with new material. It would have to be ordered from a factory and to go through the process and shop drawings and all that type of thing. But that's what everything would be new, with the exception of those three items I just mentioned.
Any other commissioners? Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Oh, you have one more from your team, okay. And your full name?
Daniel Stoltzfus.
Oh, I got you right here.
CEO of Helping Up Mission. Last year on our recovery campuses on the 1,000 to 1,200 block of East Baltimore Street, we served over 1,600 men and women who faced head-on the addiction and trauma that's devastated their lives. This year, we're on pace to serve over 2,000 men, women, and children. You've heard today from Century Engineering and our facilities director about the preservation option. There is no way as a potential property owner we would use the property in this way with no sidewalks, steel beams, fencing, and all the related maintenance, insurance costs, and who knows what else. And our initial reaction from insurance professionals is that this would be cost prohibitive to insure. So the reconstruction quote that you heard from our facilities director includes totals up to $5.7 million, including the demolition of the remainder of the site. Of course, that could be negotiated down, right? But even so, it's an astronomical number. So let's say it's $5 million, which equals, for context, a third of the operating budget of Helping Out Mission, more than a third. So we're on target to serve 2,000 people. So if we took a third of our operating budget and spent it on preserving a facade, which 650 of those 2,000 people would you have us cut services to in order to save this facade? Plus, there would be maintenance costs. And all for what? A Disney-fied replica that teeters 4 stories above our site, takes up 30-plus feet of the property that we're seeking to purchase, fronting what can otherwise be a beautiful green and fenced-in space with outdoor activity, athletic fields, and event space for the community. At Helping Out Mission, every dollar we spend is a donor dollar. We're accountable to our board, our donors, and our clients as to how we expend funds. So we simply can't justify this expense. It is truly an economic hardship. The value of this site for HUM is part of our vision to make the community livable again for those committed to their alcohol and substance use recovery and seeking to come off the streets. I can, however, commit on behalf of HUM that we're willing to incur the expense, which we estimate at $50,000 of the items that Tom mentioned, the finial eagle, the year bill, the theatrical faces. And at the request, we met with Mr. Murphy and Mr. Pensek, and I expect you'll hear from them. Just wait, we can preserve this facade, it won't cost that much. If we can skip to the fourth, we're right there actually. This image is why we can't just wait. This happens every day. You can see there's an individual walking up the street into traffic trying to get around this facade. You can see the hazard for pedestrians. We see evidence of drug use on the site, as well as people experiencing homelessness residing in the ruins. You've heard from the Jonestown community in previous hearings. There's one person, the one group that you haven't heard from, a single resident or organization in Jonestown that opposes our plan since it's been public in February. Thank you.
Welcome, you're welcome. Hold on one second. Commissioners, do you have any question for Daniel? Yes.
Just for clarity, would you say what percentage of your operating budget was it?
It's over a third.
Okay, thank you.
Any other commissioners? Okay, thank you. Now, Ms. Murphy, you have the opportunity to come to the front and speak. So this is not a court setting, but I will give you opportunity and 5 minutes to come up and address the commission. And we also will ask questions to you. As I said before, this is not a court setting. You're allowed to come up and give your... Hold on one second. One person at a time. You're allowed to come up. Come on up if you'd like to, Mr. Murphy. The option is yours, and you have 5 minutes. I'm giving you 2 minutes beyond everyone else who is written and their name on the sheet to speak.
And just for the record, we do not object to reasonable cross-examination that is on the topic of the testimony we provided.
Okay, that's fine. Go right ahead.
Just want to make it clear that I have requested. Please
To the mic. Go right to the mic. And like everyone else, give your full name.
My full name is John Christopher Murphy. And I said before, when I was here before, and don't hold me against this, I'm 100% Irish. And so we can be difficult, not implying any disrespect to you, Mr. Chairman, or any of the commission. I wish to say that in all candor, I think this commission is being made a fool of. What has happened is that Mr. Johnson, the prior owner, obtained permission from the commission to tear down this building, preserve the facades. That was your approval. Has he done that? No. If we could go back to the one that had the picture of the whole site, you can see the building is still there. The Hendler building is still there. This means that nobody willing to make use of those facades could do it on a clean site. That does not exist. In other words, this commission failed to require the prior owner or the present owner to conform, to obey the ruling of the commission to demolish the old building. It's still there. So we are really in the middle of a matter. Now, what the problem now is that I think it's crystal clear from the expert testimony of the engineer, both today and before, that the reason the facades are in the shape they're in is because the building was torn down. So there's nothing to support the facades. And the testimony was quite explicit that particularly the rear of the facades is exposed now to the elements. And particularly, the walls were not capped. So water just pours down into the walls and expands and contracts with freezing. This is what has been done by the owner. He did not do it properly. I'm no engineer, but I could easily see myself that you want to cap the walls. He did not do it. So legally, the situation is this. We're being asked to say there's a hardship. Whose hardship is it? The only hardship we can consider is not of the estimable Helping Up mission. I don't have any problem with them. We all admire them. The hardship is the alleged hardship of the owner. And how did this hardship come about? He created it. This is somewhat similar to it's a sort of a joke, but a kid who goes and murders his parents and then throws himself in the mercy of the court and says, I'm an orphan. He created this hardship. And Maryland law is crystal clear that you cannot come and claim a hardship when you created it yourself. Those two events are really the problem here.
You have 30 seconds left.
Excuse me?
You have 30 seconds left.
I really don't think that you can sit here and say there's a hardship when the applicant stands in the shoes of the owner obviously, and he created the hardship. If, for example, you're going to put a building there, which is not what the engineer testified to, but what the owner said he was going to do, there would not be a hardship. The building could support the wall. That's the essence of the matter. They're proposing a freestanding facade. It was never the intention of the CHAP when you approved it in the first place. Let me just say, I appreciate your courtesy in this, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. What I wanted to do, because your 30 seconds are up, I wanted to give the commission opportunity to ask you questions, as we did the other individuals as well that came up.
Could I just say that I have a few more witnesses I'm just going to explain that I have here, Mr. Tom Liebel.
I'll give you one more minute.
He's the
Explain.
Former chairman of the commission. Who's intimately familiar with this matter and reviewed all the prior applications of the commission over the years. He's going to testify that it is feasible to restore this building. He's a highly qualified architect. Mr. Bill Pensick, who's a highly qualified historic preservationist. I don't think there's a more highly qualified historic preservationist in the city than Bill Pensick. He's going to testify the same way, as well as Fred Shokin, who is the original applicant here, original opponent.
All right, now I've got to turn it over to my commissioners. Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Yes. Mr. Murphy, I remember at the last hearing you had wanted time to get another engineer to look at this. Were you able to identify another engineer to provide a report in support of your argument?
Yeah, we hired Mr. Matt Dahl, and he came over and looked at the site, and he was not able to get in, but he looked at the site extensively. We walked all around it. He's a highly qualified engineer. We were not able to have him here today because he has a conflict. But one of our witnesses is going to say basically what he said. He believes that it could be done. But our main witness today really is Mr. Liebel.
Gotcha. We have another commissioner. Go right ahead.
Just to confirm, there's no additional report that
No, there's not. You're correct.
There's not a report, okay.
Any other commissioners? Okay, thank you, sir. I'd like now to call up Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Tom Liebel, Preservation Architect. I want to address a couple things here today to kind of walk through some of the discussion points here. First of all, regarding the historic significance of the structure. This is not just a contributing structure in the Jonestown Historic District. This is individually listed as a landmark in Baltimore City. And that's for a couple of reasons. Both, it's extremely significant to the industrial legacy of Baltimore, both originally as a cable car facility, then followed by an ice cream manufacturing plant where they invented packaged ice cream, and within the Jewish history in the community. And it's also itself architecturally significant. This is not a plain, bland box. This is something that's highly ornate and unique, and I would argue that its demolition would be a substantial derogation of Article 6 of the Baltimore City Code. Second, to the design itself and some precedents we want to look at. First of all, I don't think anyone's arguing that the end result of this should be a freestanding wall. The intent is to have a building behind it, and while the first applicant did not succeed with that, I think there might be opportunities for other individuals to pursue that. I would point to the Mayfair Theater as an awesome precedent for this, that the city in its wisdom maintained that this historic facade that stood on its own for decades was worthy of preservation due to its significance to Baltimore City history. And after a number of years, it is currently being redeveloped. We're the architects for that. We have a building permit for it, and we're starting work on that. So preserving the facade can be done. I have seen correspondence with Matt Daw, and his initial assumption on that is that there is likely to be salvageable. He needs to do some additional research on this, but for those of you who know Matt, there is not a better preservation-based structural consultant in the country. And last but not least, I'd like to discuss one thing too about the notion of hardship. I mean, Mr. Murphy stole my line about the orphan, that fundamentally the current owner brought this upon themselves by the way they chose to maintain the property. And Helping Up Mission arguing that they have a hardship here, it's only a hardship if they proceed with the sale of this. There is an existing listed landmark structure on this site that there's a commitment to preserve it. So in moving forward the purchase, they are fully aware of the status of that site. If they choose not to move forward the purchase, there's no hardship for them. And as a minor point of order, I have no desire to cross-examine any witnesses, but several years ago, a determination was made that if you do not allow for cross-examination, basically the discussion can get bounced back to be reheard. So that is a requirement based on Maryland Court of Appeals that you allow for cross-examination, just as a point of clarification. With that, that's my testimony. And
Tom, thank you so much. Do we have any questions, commissioners, for Tom? Yes, sir.
Tom, good to see you. That's good to
Good to see you.
Can I ask some hypotheticals?
Sure.
Is that allowed? Just curious, if this has been up here for like 6 years.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that this doesn't go through and we're waiting for a new purchaser for the next 5, 10, who knows? You live across the street. Are you okay with that?
The current condition, no. I think there's some money, so it's not an all or nothing thing. Can you clean the site up further? Yes. Can you stabilize the building currently? Yes. Can you cap the wall currently? Yes. So you can you can stop the continued deterioration without demolishing it. And once again, I think what I'm not aware of currently is, has there been an attempt to find another developer who would fulfill the original intent of actually constructing a project behind there, which would hold the wall up, which would eliminate the need for all this additional shoring?
Okay, just a quick.
Go ahead, Gary.
Would you agree from your testimony that the primary wrongdoers here are Mr. Johnson or the LLC, whoever owns the site, and the city of Baltimore for approving and going forward with a project, an ambitious project for Jonestown rehabilitation? Were they not the wrongdoers?
I would argue that, yeah, Mr. Johnson and the LLC is at fault for the current condition of the site.
You're not going to fault Baltimore City for not following up with some action because of the dropout?
I do think that is a concern as well. I think the original ruling by CHAP was made in good faith, that there was a valid project that showed the ability to finance and construct it. The fact that the developer fell through on that does not fall upon the city other than code enforcement.
Is not the present activity by Helping Hands Mission really a workaround? I'm not sure who proposed it and who is supporting it, but a workaround for a problem for which there's no answer because there's not any money that's forthcoming from the wrongdoers. And if you could perhaps propose a better workaround to restore a historic structure as your proposal, that's one thing. But we're talking about a proposal to build a 5-story wall to no purpose that's an obstacle to pedestrians.
And I don't think anyone's arguing that that's the correct solution. I think that is a solution proposed by applicant to say, oh, we could build, we could stabilize the wall, look how expensive it is. I do think what I'm not aware of is, has anyone else been attempted to be engaged to redevelop the site as originally conceived of by the current owner?
And go right ahead.
Tom, were you on CHAP in 2011? You were.
I was.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I think it's been a while,
No,
yes.
I'm just going by.
Yeah, it was 2010 I started, yes.
Yeah. I have easy benchmarks in that era. So in your early time at CHAP, did you ever see any of the proposals that were worked on by Baltimore Street Holdings, which had Martin Azzola as a partner?
I vaguely recall it. I don't recall the details of it.
Because I think which we have as a cover in our letter, in our package today, which was not distributed, I mean, I don't think you may not have it, but, you know, I think this gets at the root of the issue. This is a very successful developer in historic properties in all of their time developing complicated historic restoration projects and adaptive uses. 50 years, they say, this is the one that they could not get over the finish line. And they had control of the property for 4 years, had secured competitive state tax credits, and extended 3 times and couldn't get the deal together because they couldn't get a 50% pre-leasing agreement to make the numbers work. And I think that that is the same thing that commercial ran into, is that they could not get the leasing, they could not get the front-end financial commitment to close the deal. And so I think that I just want to have that stated. It seems, I didn't know if you had any experience with this, but it seems like that we have 15, I'm doing math in my head, 16 years of examples where this building has done nothing but erode because even in its better state, the market conditions did not facilitate this.
And thank
I
you.
would just offer as a counter, once again, the Mayfair had the exact same problem. People looked at it for years and years and years, and it took the right developer at the right time to come in and find a way to make the numbers work.
Gary,
I
I'm sorry.
think we can also acknowledge that the back end of the Mayfair accidentally fell down in that time period. When they demoed the corner building, the whole back end fell.
Yeah, it did fall. Yeah. Gary, go right ahead. Thank you, Ann. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell, for bringing that up. I'm sorry I was not here in our pre-meeting discussion, our pre-hearing discussion. When is the date of this letter written by Mr. Azzola?
Several days ago.
So this is a recent letter from Mr. Azzola.
Yeah, I received it yesterday.
Describing the history of development, challenges and possibilities in exploration over the past 15 years. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any more questions for Tom? Oh, Sarah.
Hi, Tom.
Hi, Sarah.
Were you on site with Matt when he went to visit?
I was not.
Or did you just speak with him subsequent?
Saw email correspondence through that where he'd done an initial analysis of it, and his sense was there was something here, but further study was required.
But he didn't have sufficient access at the time, it sounds like, in order to do a proper evaluation. Okay.
Correct.
I mean, what Mr. Murphy said was that he went to the site but was not able to get close
walk
enough
around, yeah, he
into
said
the
he walked
building,
around.
is that correct? Right, just had to look at it from afar.
Go right ahead, Kipper.
Again, sorry, speaking in hypotheticals, if in the case that either another structural engineer or the current structural engineer had said that in order to do what it needed to do and it would have to replicate, a good portion of it. Let's say, I think in some of the cases was like almost 70 or 80% of that wall. Would you still deem that a historic wall?
No, I mean, at a certain point, it's the George Washington's axe metaphor that once you've replaced the head 3 times and the handle 5 times, it's no longer the original axe. So no, my comments are predicated upon the ability to preserve that wall in situ and proceed from there.
Thank you.
Tom, thank you so much. Good to see you, sir.
Thank you.
So what I want to do is this. I got to give everyone the opportunity who wrote their name on the sheet to speak. Once again, you get 3 minutes to speak. Then after that, Mr. Murray, I'll give you opportunity to come back up and, of course, cross-examine as you wanted to. The next person on our list will be Fred Shokin. I'd rather you go right now, but if you want to go to the end, that's fine. Bill Pennick.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, pleasure to be here this afternoon. I'm Bill Pensek.
Yes, sir.
You have my written testimony, which is a little bit longer. I'm going to race through this. My position is to oppose the proposed approval of the demolition request. Under statute, CHAP is charged with providing for the perpetual preservation. Those are the words from your statute, to provide for the perpetual preservation of designated districts and structures. Our group has begun efforts. We hope CHAP and the applicant will continue after you say no to demolition and yes to preservation. The applicant cannot meet all three conditions required under Section 3.6 of your rules relating to public welfare, substantial derogation of purpose, and substantial hardship. All three tests have to be met. After denying the application, CHAP should work with this or any future applicant to first assist in determining preservation options with additional structural analysis. We advocated this last hearing. We continue to advocate it. We've submitted the CV of Matt Dahl, with whom we've consulted and who has visited the site. Such expertise can be accessed quickly and inexpensively. I will not, the price is, as contrasted with a $5 million proposed budget, it is decimal dust what can be done with a qualified structural engineer for another opinion, and can produce encouraging preservation alternatives. Mr. Dahl, perhaps the most accomplished structural engineer for historic masonry structures in the Mid-Atlantic, believes the stabilization of at least the Baltimore Street facade offers great potential for economically and technically feasible preservation of maximum original historic fabric at vastly less cost than the inflated tear-down reconstruct scenario presented as the only option to you. Really, you need to pull out the green eye shade. I mean, I could point out a whole variety of double counts, flaws in the estimates for both engineering and construction. One example, the $1.8 million reconstruct budget has $300,000 in it for windows. There's no need to replicate historic windows, for example. Additionally, the Secretary of the Interior's standards for the treatment of historic property recognizes 4 different treatments. Preservation is the first and most basic, which is applying measures necessary to sustain the existing form, integrity, and materials of an historic property. It often precedes, almost always precedes by years, rehabilitation, of which Director Holcomb spoke, making that is taking a preserved structure and making possible a compatible new use for the property. According to Mr. Dahl, the potential for preservation at nominal cost of what remains, at least on the south facade, can be accomplished at very economical cost. Again, decimal dust compared to the numbers we're hearing. Secondly, the CHAP should work to effect modifications to fatal flaw elements of the applicant's contract to purchase, not only the purchase price, which again, we don't know that information, but as we have learned in our meeting with the applicant, which Dan Stoltzfus referred to, among those built-in poison pills are requirements that the current owner reclaim the steel bracing, which exacerbates the cost and feasibility of meaningful preservation. If after they leave the settlement table, I thank you, he reclaims the steel, the house of cards does fall down. Thirdly, you should help the applicant find ways to balance the public purposes of preservation and public welfare. There are many examples across the nation of comparable massive roofless multi-story historic masonry walls safely preserved in public park settings. I will go to the close you have in my written submission. In approving the 2018 demolition, CHAP determined the facades of Hendler are its principal defining feature of vital importance to the Baltimore Street spine. Fortunately, the Baltimore Street facade is in the best condition of all remaining facades. Some material placement can be a very acceptable treatment. There are samples, many in Baltimore examples, including the Fava facades, as we've mentioned before, Century Engineering's restoration of the B&O Roundhouse, Mount Clair, substantial loss of fabric. So there are many examples. You'll be setting an important precedent here.
Bill, I gotta stop you for a time. I gotta stop you.
Please continue the work we've begun and ask for more.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, Bill, come back up real quick. We have a question from the commissioner.
Hi, how are you? Just a few questions.
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Dahl is the structural engineer.
Yes, that we.
Yeah. One of the reasons why, I don't know the reason, but one of the reasons why to table this to this occasion here now today was to have another structural report by the community. Is there a structural report today?
I'm sorry.
Is there a structural report today from Mr. Dahl?
We do not have a report.
You don't have a report. Is
That's
Mr. Dahl
correct.
here? Is Mr. Dahl here today?
He is not here today. He did not prepare a full report.
Do you have anything about the nominal cost, how much is that nominal cost? What is that percentage?
This
Do you
is
know
a
that number?
This is a seat of the pants based on what he saw.
Do you know the number?
Yes, $50,000 to do the
50,000
capping,
$50,000 to
to apply additional stabilization and weatherproofing measures to keep the Baltimore Street facade preserved.
$50,000.
So
Okay.
it's not continuing to deteriorate, correct? That
Okay.
was the number.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comment? Yes, sir.
Does that estimate include any safety measures that would have to be enacted in addition to the restorative measures you mentioned?
I do, we were focused on the stabilization of the facade. There are measures that are now in place. You know, we did not talk about reconfiguring the existing fencing. You know, the entire site is fenced. The steel, it was his opinion that the steel, you know, Mr. Johnson must have spent more than $1 million. I mean, it's in the media at the time that he spent more than $1 million in erecting that steel. That steel and that facade, according to Mr. Dahl, will be there for at least another 15 years, especially if weatherproofing, capping, removal of the window sash that do remain in part, which are creating more wind resistance. There are some really basic things.
Excuse me,
that
we got
weren't
one more.
done.
He got another question for you.
Just another hypothetical question. Oh, I'm sorry.
But that $50,000 does not include those measures
The
that are related to
additional
safety.
public safety
Right.
measures beyond what is in place now? No.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Sorry, just understanding the community has a lot of concern about this property, not just because the stability, but also just the idea that it's there. You had mentioned that maybe it's there for 15 years or so or more. Do you live in the neighborhood?
I live on Lee Street, Otterbein.
Let's say you live across the street or something like that, would you like to see this there for 15 years?
I do not
Okay,
for a
thank you so
minute.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
But it can be a win-win. Can have both here.
Next on our list, thank you, Mr. Bill. Next on our list, I'd like to ask John McClam to come up. John, are you here?
Mr. McClay isn't here. I do have his statement.
If it's under 3 minutes, that's fine.
It's very brief. I have to tell you that even though Baltimore Heritage, the citywide historic preservation nonprofit, is not here, between Fred Shoke and Mr. McClay and myself, we represent the presidency of Baltimore Heritage for
By all
more than
means,
half
make
of
sure you
its
get
life.
to that. Make sure you get to that statement for me.
The statement is right here. From John McClay, as a longtime Baltimore City preservationist, I urge you to act to preserve the Hendler Creamery building. It is also significant as a former cable car powerhouse, and I have worked for its preservation in the past. There has already been too much demolition in Jonestown and elsewhere in the city, especially by neglect, so I urge you not to let that continue here. John McClay.
Thank you, Bill. Let the record reflect that we had John McClain's statement read into record. Next, we have a Deborah Weiner. Deborah, you here? Yeah. Come on up. Come on up. Did I say your last name wrong? Yeah. I apologize. For the record, put it on the mic.
My name is Deborah Weiner, and I'm a historian, public historian, who has worked with many different clients in Baltimore in terms of historical societies and museums. And much of what I plan to say has already actually been picked up on by other people, but I just wanted to emphasize that this is a very special structure. It's a building that actually illuminates 4 different areas of Baltimore's past. And as such, to me, that means that it deserves special, even extraordinary measures to ensure that it continues to stand despite its current state. Everybody knows about the Hendler Creamery and its importance to Baltimore's industrial heritage. It's been mentioned that it was very important to Baltimore's streetcar history and Baltimore's transportation history. So the streetcar system is what allowed Baltimore to grow and develop and is incredibly important to the city's history. And as a cable powerhouse and then a streetcar structure, it sort of complements the other buildings that the streetcar, the few remaining buildings that sort of illuminate streetcar history in Baltimore, like the Charles Theater and the power plant downtown. But adds to that whole to tell a coherent story about the streetcar history. Also, as a theater, it was important in the early 20th century to sort of, it illuminates how the popular entertainment expanded at that time to working class and other groups, and in particular to the Jewish community, because it had a Yiddish theater for several years. And so it really tells the story of the neighborhood. And Helping Up Mission itself, some of its buildings were important to the Jewish community, and Helping Up Mission back in the 2010s put up plaques on their buildings to show what those buildings meant to the neighborhood. And I think that the Hendler building sort of complements that as well. So for those reasons, I think that, as I said, some extraordinary measures. This building deserves extraordinary measures to be preserved, if any building does. Thank you.
Stepper, thank you so much. Next on our list, we have a Fern Shin. Oh, you're not talking? Okay, gotcha. Okay, that's fine. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Fred, you the last on my list. Why don't you come on up? Fred, you on my list. I have your name. You want to talk now? Okay, come right on up. Donna?
My name's Donna Beth Joy Shapiro, and I wanted to address the commissioner who had questions about Marty Izzola and why he was unable to do his development. I actually was desperate to get into his development, and I even knew how much my price per square foot was going to be. Marty loved that building, and he couldn't do that development because we were in the middle of the Great Recession. Nobody was lending money. It was impossible. So Marty did the right thing, and he sold the building to somebody else and hoped that that other person was going to do what he wanted to do, which I guess is different because Marty wasn't planning on knocking anything down. So that's really important to know. It was the middle of the Great Recession. Conversation about Matt Dahl and how close he got to the building. I think he probably got as close as the gentleman from Century Engineering. I don't know that for a fact, but Matt Dahl was able to see what it is he needed to see. You could also see a lot from that 3D model that shows just how thick the walls of the Baltimore Street facade are. And the other thing, in case it's not clear, the contract that Helping Up has with Mr. Johnson, I believe says that they must return the steel to him. So
Don, I'm gonna give you 30 more seconds. You went past your minute.
Yeah, so implicit in that contract is that the steel would come down. If without the steel, the building will fall down. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, thank you. Fred, would you like to come up now? Yes, sir.
Is it on? Okay, Mr. Chair, just a
Of
point of
course.
clarification for Ms.
Ms. Donna, come back up,
Weinstein.
please.
So the time period that you're talking about of the Great Recession is 2008? Is that correct?
Correct. So,
Okay.
and I was in discussion with Mr. Zola to use actually a major part of the first floor. And
Right.
And the new building that actually got taken down.
Right. Yep.
In 2010, 2011.
I got that. I'm
Yeah.
just trying to, posit the time frame in terms of when you're talking about this
Yeah.
began. So we've got 15 years between then and
Right,
now, roughly.
I just want to make sure that, and I think Marty, it must have been difficult for Marty to write that letter, because it is the only development that he was never able to accomplish. And it wasn't for lack of trying, that's for sure. And it was the recession, not the lack of interest, because there were plenty of people like me that wanted to be in that building right along with him. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Fred, come right up. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Again, I'm Fred Shokin. I've worked in historic preservation for 40-some years. I was on the staff here at CHAP. In some ways, I feel I'm to blame for bringing this back to you. But I think it's important that this building give this the consideration that it's due. I feel that we should have, we're doing the same thing all over again. We haven't really presented, the only images of the building showing its significance, not from far away like this, but up close, is what was presented last time. And I think that changed people's opinions that it was significant. Now we're going to the step 2 of the hearing, and if you look at the procedures, it says very clearly, you have to show that it's without substantial detriment. This is an important building, a very important building. I'll even go back to something that Eric wrote back in 2001 about Jonestown. Together, these buildings represent a continuous progression of urban development like no other neighborhood in Baltimore. The additions and continual change of the structures present accurate and authentic development patterns, which at first seemed too messy for National Register, but with its history in place, the potential National Register eligible neighborhood comes alive with 3 centuries of architectural and urban development. This is probably the most significant industrial building in Jonestown, and it would be a detriment to lose it. It will be a substantial derogation. It probably would jeopardize the district to lose important structure. And lastly, if we're dealing with what the procedures are, substantial hardship to the applicant doesn't own the property, and therefore there is no substantial hardship. If they do not have the resources nor the inclination to preserve this significant building, they don't have to purchase it. The only person who really has, or the only entity that has a hardship is the owner, who isn't here. Lastly, looking at the Century Engineering Report, I'll probably be brief. If you look at the back of the building, which we've been talking about, you can actually see the original 1892 building on that, because that's where the walls are the thickest, and that's where the most substantial architectural details are. They estimate that the base is 20 inches. I've seen photographs of it, I looked at it, it has to be at least 36 inches, 3 feet at parts on the bottom of the building, steps going up to it. And the 8 inches is actually the additional parts of the building. Lastly, just to say, this building deserves better. It's almost been a comedy of errors in the past, but it's not really a comedy, it's a tragedy is what's happened to this building. We can do better here, and I think we should take the time and effort to look at this. One other thing, dealing with procedures, this was the time also to look at, one last thing I wanted to make a point of is that.
You got 10 seconds.
Okay, the procedures state that unless the existing structure is determined to be detrimental to public safety and welfare, the authorization to proceed approving demolition shall not be issued until the replacement design is approved. So I don't think you really should even look at putting an authorization to demolish without knowing what will replace what's there now.
Appreciate your comment, thank you. Okay, we're reaching 5 o'clock. Per my promise to the audience in attendance, I'm gonna allow 10 minutes just for cross-examination between parties. That's it, 10 minutes. And then after that, I want to give the commission the opportunity to deliberate, ask their questions, and then we will go to a vote. If you can incorporate that in your 10 minutes, that's fine. Come right on up to the stage. Come on.
If we may, Mr. Stoltzfus needs to go to the airport, and so if Mr. Murphy could cross-examine him first, that would be appreciated.
That sounds fine. Go right, Alex, go right up. Say that one more time so he can hear.
Mr. Stoltzfus needs to go to the airport, so if okay, we'd like you to cross-examine him first.
We need you two to go to the mic so that it can be in the record and we can hear your voices. Great question. Mr. Murphy, do you want to cross-examine? I do. Oh, him? Okay.
There's 2 microphones. Everybody can have a microphone.
All right, good.
Mr. Stolfus. Stolfus?
Stolzfus, yes, you got it.
Thank you. We had a very nice meeting with you and your administrative officer, Ms. Woodward. And you told us at that point that your contract required you to turn over the steel to the present owner of the building. Is that not correct?
That's correct. That's a clause in the contract.
So in order to comply with that, you basically have to tear down the building, do you not?
As we presented earlier, our contract is conditional on demolition to approval for demolition.
And as I understand it, you said that if that clause were taken out, you would, if you had to renegotiate the contract, you would walk away from it.
We would, without the ability to secure demolition approval, we would be left with no choice.
Because the contract requires the steel to be turned over. Is that not right?
It's not just about the steel, it's about the fact that we would, as I outlined earlier, have to expend millions of dollars that we're not authorized to spend and we're not going to spend on behalf of our donors to preserve something that doesn't have the intended use for our future plans.
Just to clarify this, your contract requires you to demolish the building, turn the steel over to the present owner. Is that not right?
The present owner requested the return of steel as a part of the contract.
And you assume he's going to sell the steel? Is that right?
I don't understand the relevance, to be honest with you, about the.
Do you assume that? Would you assume you
I-
wanted
I-
the steel?
Absolutely not.
I have no idea what he's going to do with it. Speculation.
On to the next question.
And what you are saying is the cost to comply is the cost to recreate the facades. Is that correct?
That's correct. As the engineer presented, our facility director presented, and we've made the case, we can't preserve the existing facade. We would have to reconstruct it in order to be safe.
You could not stabilize the existing facade?
That's an area which Mr. Rocky or Mr. Stone could speak to. That's not my expertise.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Okay. John, who else would you like to have come up? You've got 7 minutes left.
Excuse me?
Who else would you like to have come up? You have 7 minutes left.
Mr. Rocky.
Okay, Mr. Rocky, please come forth.
William Rocky, Century Engineering.
Mr. Rocky, I'll show you a rendering of the proposed building that was previously approved by CHAP. Have you ever seen that before?
No.
What you're looking at is a building directly behind the facades. Is that not correct?
Yes.
And so, in a sense, the building then is attached to the facades and supporting them, is it not?
Yes.
Let me just ask that you just look at that and pass that around. Your analysis was premised on preserving the facades as a freestanding structure. Is that not correct?
Yes.
Your analysis was not premised on the idea of attaching the facades to a building. Is that correct?
The structural problems that exist will still exist if they attach it to a building.
Well, couldn't the building support the facades as depicted in this picture?
The walls are deteriorated, and in my testimony, I stated that the back of the wall is deteriorated. The back of that wall would have to be reconstructed, even if you put a building behind it.
Well, if you put a building right there and attached it to the facade, would not that then support the facade?
No, the walls have to have integrity to span between the floors. And that's the fundamental problem. That's what driving the solution to take the wall down, reconstruct it, get rid of all these structural issues, and create a strong, durable wall. If they built a building behind it, they would have to do a similar process.
You heard Mr. Stolfus testify that the contract required the Helping Up mission to turn the steel over to the present owner, did you not?
Sure.
And in order to accomplish that term of the contract, is it not necessary to tear down the facades?
You have to take them down in order to put bracing on the north side.
On the north side?
Yes. If you remove the shoring, the walls collapse.
Gentlemen, it's you have 5 minutes left. Just want to let you both know 5 minutes
If you
left.
remove the bracing, the walls collapse.
If you remove the bracing, the walls collapse.
So in order to comply with the requirement to turn the steel over to the owner, you have to remove the bracing. Is that not correct?
Mr. Mayor, I think the engineer has made it clear, the line of questioning.
Excuse me?
I think the engineer has made it clear what it would take to retain the wall, et cetera. So unless you have another question.
I just have one more question.
Yes, sir.
Now, you testified at length about the deterioration of the facades. Is it not correct that this deterioration was brought about largely by the removal of the existing building?
The deterioration that exists is from two sources: long-term weathering and improper preservation of the facades by the current owner.
So, for example, the walls of the facade were not capped, and this allowed, in your judgment, water to enter and caused a deterioration of the walls. Is that not correct?
It is not the sole cause, but it is a contributing cause.
But the condition of the present structure is brought about by the action of the existing owner. Is that not correct?
2-minute warning.
The actions of the existing owner made a situation that's bad, made it worse.
What was the bad situation?
The walls have long-term deterioration and erosion, especially the west facade. There's areas on the south facade that were not caused by the owner taking the roof off. That level of deterioration has occurred for years from neglect.
All right, that's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like a closing statement.
Yes, and I will give you 2 minutes for your closing statement.
I really want to be courteous and agreeable to the commission, but this is an extremely important building. The requirement that you have only 2 minutes to give an closing statement, the restriction on cross-examination, the entire procedure here is not acceptable in a quasi-judicial hearing. Now, let me just make this entirely clear. The commission is being hoodwinked here. The owner of the structure is the only one entitled to claim hardship. He cannot claim hardship because the hardship is self-inflicted. He caused this hardship. He caused this. What should the commission do now? The commission ought to live up to its mandate to preserve buildings and require the city law department to require the present owner to comply with the prior actions of the commission. There's a huge building sitting there that hasn't been removed. The facades have not been correctly stabilized. That is a violation of the law. If you have a house and you put up a sign that's not allowed by the zoning officer is going to say, take it down. If you don't comply, you're going to get sued by the city to take it down. The commission has to do that. The commission has to live up to its responsibilities and require the present owner he is not an impecunious person. He's a wealthy developer in the city of Baltimore. You can require him to comply with your prior standard, that the facades be correctly stabilized and that the building there be removed. After he's done that, then you are in a position to determine probably whether a new building can take its place. It's more than likely it can. Nobody would buy a pig in a poke now because they're buying a disaster. But the commission did not approve a disaster. The commission approved a contract, a application to do it correctly, and it hasn't been done correctly. The commission is being taken advantage of. We're being made impotent. This is not consistent with your responsibilities in the city of Baltimore. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
A month ago, the commission voted to delay this hearing, the Demo 2 hearing, by a month so that the opposition could get an engineering report to counter our engineering report, which has been in the record since February. It's a month later. There's no engineering report. There's mention of an engineer who visited the exterior of the site. No one ever asked us, as the applicant, for access to the site to inspect the interior wall. No one ever asked the city. No one ever asked the seller. That's what's happened in a month. And I just want to quickly address the standard. The standards are for the commission to find that the demolition is without substantial detriment to the public welfare, without substantial derogation to the intents and purposes of the Historic and Preservation Article, and that denial of an authorization to proceed would result in substantial hardship to the applicant. Just briefly, public welfare, arguably maintaining a wall with steel beams blocking the sidewalk and creating a hazard every single time someone needs to walk down Baltimore Street, as you saw with the pedestrian in the middle of the traffic way on Baltimore Street, arguably that is detriment to the public welfare. As to the purpose of the article, the purpose of the Historic and Preservation Article is preservation unless it's not possible. Context matters. If the law were preservation in all cases, no matter what, it'd be a pretty short law and you'd have pretty short hearings. And as to hardship, the hardship to the applicant in this case is not that it's being asked to do something expensive. It's that it's being asked to do something infeasible. It is being told to preserve in the short term walls of a building that are not salvageable in the long game. There's no end game here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Lauren or Stacy, can you send us to our recommendation page, please? Commissioners, before we put a motion to the floor, is there any conversation amongst us before we take a vote? Garrett? Go right ahead, Garrett.
I think we have a choice.
Oh, thank you.
We can deny the demolition permit. If we make that choice, I think the Helping Hands mission will determine not to go through with the contract. They have conditions in their contract requiring them not to go forward. And I guess the CHAP is off the hook. As we have determined here and have established, the problems go back to 2015. Perhaps the city hasn't lived up to the obligations it has to pick up the pieces when a permitted project is unable to go forward because of a change in the market. That happened, and we've just been waiting to see what happened. If we make the choice to say no to the demolition project, the deal will fall apart and the situation will be status quo. We can conjure then what's going to happen. The problem that was attempted to be fixed will not be fixed. If we approve the application, then someone has created a workaround whereby someone's been commissioned to take over the property and to bring it back into productive use that will help with a healthy community. Perhaps the wrongdoers will get off the hook. Perhaps there were less than due care in crafting the development project. Perhaps obligations were not met. But we can't cure that. So we have a choice. We can either, number one, deny the demolition permit and let the planned resolution of the community problem persist and just wait and see what happens. So I think it's a hard choice for CHAP because we don't want to be responsible for destroying this marvelous, what's left of this marvelous piece of Baltimore history. But we don't have the capacity to fix it because nothing we can do will solve the dilemma.
Thank you, Gary. Sir, you were going to say something?
That was well said. I thank Commissioner Power for that. I think a lot of good points were made today by a lot of people who have valid things to say about the situation that we find ourselves in. I want to be very careful about taking any of the interpretation of comments made by the structural engineer hired by, well, I don't know who hired him, but Matt Daw is someone that I know well and have worked with and respect, but it doesn't sound to me like he had sufficient opportunity to do a real evaluation of the building. And so it seems like stabilization, temporary stabilization for a few more years is feasible. I think at the end of the day, it sounds like there is no preservation option that will be feasible, whether it is today or in 5 years. And so I think what we're left with is what exists in that neighborhood and the hazard that the existing building presents. So it's very difficult, but I think we need to deal with the situation where it is now and do the best thing for the city.
Sir, thank you. Nicole.
Yeah, I was, this is a crazy place where we are right now. I really was hoping that we would see something from another engineer. It's hard to have hearsay when an engineer who has come, apparently has reviewed the wall, but he wasn't comfortable enough to put it on record that this property was strong enough or could be rehabbed or whatever the case. I'm sure he's well respected and he's done wonderful things, but he didn't feel comfortable putting it on record that the wall could be preserved. As an affordable housing developer, it's a lot of money to spend for something that's not going to be structurally sound that you can't use. And given the mission of Helping Up Mission, it just makes sense that they would use their funding to really address or support their mission as opposed to adhering to something that can't be used. So those are the things I'm thinking about as I consider next steps.
John.
I'll just concur with the rest of the commissioners thus far. Again, it is a difficult situation, again, trying to balance out historic preservation. But as you mentioned, the status quo that we have right now is really unacceptable. from a public safety point of view, from the neighborhood residents, again, having to look at what's now gone from something that was beautiful and historic to becoming an eyesore. I think we're really at a point now where demolition, I think, is where we have to be.
The only thing that I was going to add, commissioners, was the picture I can't get out my mind is the young individual walking across the street, walking in the street, while the steel beams are there. One of my fears is that if the building is the way it is and stays the way it is, someone walks one day and the building falls and it kills them. And I just have to say that because I can't get that out of my head. I really appreciate the fact that Eric and the staff put together an opportunity to actually reuse a wall marker, right? To actually say if we're not able to preserve this building, we can take parts of the building and put it somewhere and be able to memorialize it, if you will. Because I don't think this is a conversation here about just eradicating history, that we've proven here that's not what this is. This is definitely turned into safety and time. So I just wanted to just share that with the commission. I open it up for anyone else who'd like to share. Go right ahead, please.
Just a brief comment. I appreciate everything everybody's been saying, but kind of about your point about, the humanity side of it, people, we preserve things for people. And basically, it's sort of, you've heard the phrase, don't let the perfect get in the way of the good. The perfect thing would have been to preserve it, everything going right. No situation, nobody's going to be happy, whatever choice it is. So what is the good? We're preserving things, but for a community, for the livable, the city, the community members that live there. So what is the priority? Where can we do the greatest good? Because we're not going to get anything perfect.
Kip, how you had something to share?
Yeah, just real quick. So obviously, I think there's no question, I think, in this room that it's extremely disappointing where we got this building to be, right? It's so bad, right? I mean, I can't believe it. There's so many fingers to point, and it's unfortunate, right? This is a truly beautiful old building that we should have taken care of. We should have taken care of. We should have fought for it years ago, not coming up just now to come fight for it. We should have fought for it for a long time ago. It's just unfortunate. So obviously that's not the question here. The other thing also is the structural engineering. Like, I'm sure you can get 3 different structural engineers to come say many different things, whether it's really that it's going to be, there's sufficient ways to deal with that wall in so many different ways. You're going to have different general contractors that'll come in and say it's going to cost X amount of dollars and so forth, right? I don't think that should be really the thing to look at. That's just always going to be the case. I think, to Commissioner Battle's point, any project that moves forward with this site is going to have to take on extreme amount of money to deal with that. Whether it's going to be a park, whether it's going to be a new building, whether it's going to be just keep it the way it is. I mean, there's going to be some developer, some owner, some project that needs to happen that will have to take on a substantial burden of money to deal with that. And it's going to be, my fear is that if this doesn't go through, that thing is going to sit there for a long time. And I now have to ask myself, what is the health, safety, and welfare of the public and the image of the city? And it's not necessarily about the idea that just the buildings may fall down, not fall down, but we have to not forget that we're looking at the city at a bird's eye view. All of us are looking at the city at the bird's eye view and forgetting that some people live right there, people walk through there, and it's just there, and it's reminding us of a failure, right? So it's terrible, and I agree, it's terrible. And I just cannot see a place where I can say the health, safety, welfare is being fought for if we say, hey, it's going to be there for another 15 years. I just cannot see that. And again, I come back to my first statement. It's terrible. It's unfortunate. I know that it's possible to do something amazing to that building, to the remnants of that building. I'm sure it is. It will cost a lot of money. It will cost a lot of time. And what you're looking at right there is what you'll be looking at for a long time. And so I have to base my vote on that.
Yes, Peter.
So one thing that's really getting me on this is the person that we all know is responsible for what has happened here is going to get a good chunk of money back out of this with very little repercussion. I mean, we're talking about how criminal it is that pedestrians are forced to walk in the street because the sidewalk's closed. That's illegal in Baltimore City. They're supposed to have maintenance of traffic for pedestrians. And the city has allowed this illegal closure of the sidewalk for what, the past 5 years now? So I think when, I forget who it was, asked, is the city to blame? I think absolutely. There's no reason that we can't have safe pedestrian access even if this building does sit for another 10 or 15 years, which honestly, I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to if we could do a better job of stabilizing it and actually clean the site. And I would love to know, how do we hold the person that caused this problem accountable for it? The fact that he can do this to city property, ignore city laws, and then walk away with a payday from an otherwise great neighbor is really gross to me. So I just had to put that out there.
Well, just real quick. Hypotheticals, I always love hypotheticals. And I know this is maybe not a good place for that, but let's say Helping Out Mission came as the applicant, right? If the owner was the applicant, the current owner is the applicant, is standing there fighting to demolish thing, just answer that question to yourself and go, would your vote change if that person is standing there instead of Helping Out Commission? I don't know, again, I don't know if that's an appropriate question, but I'm throwing it out there anyways.
Well, I think at that point you get into, what would the capital is it feasible to put a program that suits their needs inside of the shell? Structural opinions aside for a second, and how long it would take them to raise that capital. So, I mean, I'm guessing you're looking at probably a $30 million capital cost when you talk about land, brownfield cleanup, and new construction on the scale to fill that program that provided in that shell with associated design fees and permitting fees, right? So 25, 30 million, I don't know, I'm pulling a number out of a hat. How long would it take them to raise that money? That's how long that takes, right? I mean, it gets into a different conversation. And they've already acknowledged that they don't want to be encumbered by that, right? So.
I would just like to add to, according to Commissioner Morrell's comment, that, I would like to go to the law department and see what our options are regarding demolition by neglecting this current owner.
That's great. If there are no more comments, I'm not going to read the entire recommendation, but I will ask for someone in the group to put a motion forward for 1100 East Baltimore Street demolition hearing number 2. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Do I have any to oppose?
No.
Do I have anyone who must abstain? The ayes have it. Thank you. Before we conclude, do we have any old business to discuss? All right. Do we have any new business to discuss? This meeting is adjourned. I close this meeting out at 5:23 p.m. Everyone have a great night. Be safe.
I just want to thank my commission. Thank you so much for staying.